everyone. I'm Cecilia Rios, Chair of the Historic Districts Review Board. I am calling this meeting to order. We are August 11th, 2020, and this is the 8th virtual meeting. Time is flying by. Melissa, good evening. Will you have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair Rios,
Here.
Vice Chair Katz,
Here.
Member Beachside,
Here.
Member Buenvenu,
Here.
Member Guida,
Here.
Member Larson,
Here.
Member Roybal.
Here.
Madam Chair, a quorum is present.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Board members or staff members, are there any changes to the agenda?
Madam Chair, I have just one change to a caption.
Yes, Lisa.
Under action items, item G2, the agent for the CAT case is actually John Murphy.
Lisa, can you repeat that? We can't hear, I can't hear you anyway.
I'm sorry. So for item G2 on the agenda, case 2020-002254-HDRB, the agent is not David Schutz, it is John Murphy.
Okay. Any other changes?
That's all I have, Madam Chair.
This is Frank. I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Thank you. And did I hear a second?
Member Guida, I second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Yes, Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Buenvenu,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson,
Yes.
Member Roybal.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the agenda has been approved.
Thank you. We have minutes of July 28th, 2020. Are there any changes to any of to these minutes? Board members? I don't see anyone's hand raised. So Melissa, looks like you did another great job.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve?
Member Beachside, so moved.
Member Guida, second.
That was Member Beachside and Member Rita seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Yes, Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Buenvenu,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Larson,
Abstain.
Member Roybal.
Abstain.
Madam Chair, the motion has been approved.
Thank you very much, Melissa. We move on to findings of fact and conclusions of law. There are 4. Are there any changes, board members or staff, to any of these? It appears not. I will entertain a motion, please.
Member Katz moves to approve all of the 4 findings and conclusions.
Member Guida, seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenu,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson,
Abstain.
Member Roybal.
Abstain.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we move on to business from the floor. Any business from the floor? Let me look. Stephanie Benenato, good evening.
Good evening, board members. Thank you. Stephanie Benenato. I just want to say one thing is that the link for this meeting wasn't live. The next meeting was. It's not a big deal. I could copy and paste, but I just thought I'd point that out. Then the other thing I wanted to ask about is there is at 721 Don Diego a replica of the Gross Kelly warehouse as a residential building. And there is a lot of talk there that was changed from residential to C1 PUD in 1998 with a lot of conditions put on by City Council, including maintaining architectural, maintaining the footprint, maintaining architectural styles, things like that. not raising walls, and other architectural considerations. The current owners, who were the owners in 1998 and accepted these conditions, now don't want to accept those conditions. And my concern is, the 719 is sort of vernacular with a sloping roof. 721 is this replica of Gross Kelly. And the other one at 723, I mean, it's a nice enough building, but it's not really any particular style, because although it's flat roofed, it is the porches are porches and not portals. And yet the architect Subi Bowden wants to call them all Pueblo Revival and make like the sloped roof one look like Pueblo Revival from the street. So my concern is, because they also want a blanket approval to do second stories without designating which ones. I'm wondering if the board could actually consider, nominate the building at 721 to be significant, because it is in good condition. It is a replica of Gross Kelly. It does tie that area to the rail yard. And so I'm wondering what kind of process the board might have to help preserve that building, because otherwise I'm afraid it's going to have a second story someday, or the architecture, the actual facade that's really primary, will be totally obscured. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next, we move on to communications. Staff, do you have anything under communications, or board members? Lisa, anything under communications? Yes, Sally. Good evening, Sally.
Hi, Chair Rios. Thanks. I just wanted to note that I think I said this last time, but I think the appeal for 868 Alameda, the historic wall, I anticipate that'll be heard tomorrow night at City Council. So just wanted to give you an update on that.
Okay, thank you, Sally. Good luck on the case. And it appears no one else has anything else under communications, so we will move on to action items. Ladies and gentlemen, pardon, did I hear someone?
That's Lisa, Madam Chair. I can't raise my hand if I'm the host, so that's my perpetual problem.
Okay, well, you know what you can do? You can actually do this. I will keep looking at the screen every so often. So did you do this? Oh, no.
I don't know.
Yes, you didn't. Nothing under communications for you, Lisa?
I just wanted to remind everyone in attendance that the revisioning preservation webinar hosted by the Friends of Architecture Santa Fe is going to be happening on August 27th. That's a Thursday evening. We do intend to put that information on the city's website, a link to that information anyway. But we have not done that yet. You can find information about the event at architecturesantafe.org.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. I'll keep looking that way so we make sure that we don't miss anything that you've got to say. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 6 action items this evening. A couple of things that I have to tell you. This is regarding appeals. If you disagree with the decision this board renders this evening, you do have the option to appeal. That'll take place after the findings of fact and conclusions of law have been adopted, and that'll start, the appeals period is 15 days after the findings and conclusions have been adopted. Also, this evening, board members, remember to mute and unmute your mics when you're going to speak. And applicants, remember to sign in under attendees. And if you're calling by phone, remember to hit *9. With all that being said, we will go to the first case this evening. And that case is 2020-00-2356. Located at 224 Maynard Street. This is Angela's case. And Angela, let me hear your report.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. The structure at 2224 Maynard on the west side Guadalupe Historic District is a non-contributing triplex adobe that was designated non-contributing by the board in 2015. The approximately 1,500 square feet house is wall-dominated, flat-roofed, and has a front portal. Most of the doors and windows have been replaced with aluminum sliding patio doors and sliders. The house sits back 96 feet from the street. The applicant proposes to renovate the triplex into duplex housing. The roof and deck will be removed and the parapet height increased. On most of the home, the parapet walls will increase from 10 feet above grade to 13 feet 4 inches, and on the taller portion of the house to 14 feet 4 inches. The existing north portal area on the front of the house, which is the east elevation, will be enclosed with new construction, and additional construction will extend that portal to the southern side. The portal will be wood post and beam construction with an exposed wood deck. The roofing will be corrugated galvanized metal. The applicant proposes to install new windows, double hung, single light with fixed transoms over. The doors are French doors and transoms over. Windows and doors will be painted white. All windows and doors have no trim and are recessed into the walls about 4 inches. The house will be stuccoed with Elray cottonwood, wood windows, and portal will be painted white, winged angel. The metal door for the utility room will be painted resort tan. Exterior lighting will consist of punched tin sconces. That sounds good. The applicant proposes a new fireplace toward the center of the house that will extend 2 feet above the higher parapet wall. It will be clad and capped in stucco. No other changes are proposed for the property. The applicant's intent is to design an existing adobe historic structure in the West Side Guadalupe Historic District while improving its energy efficiency and arrangement of living space to maintain longer use to ensure residents can continue to reside in the historic district. The renovation includes new electrical, plumbing, and radiant heat systems. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project as it complies with section 14-5.2D general design standards for all historic districts and section 14-5.2 or I, West Side Guadalupe Historic District Standards. That concludes my staff report.
Thank you, Angela. Angela, you indicated in your report that this project, that the existing house sits way back from the street. And I'm wondering if the proposed project is going to have a lot of open space as well.
Chair Rios, I didn't understand the last part of the question about the
And
space.
I'm wondering if that open space in front of the will also remain. There's
Yes.
a lot of open space on this proposed project. Is that going to remain?
Chair Rios, members of the board, yes, that will remain vacant. There was a house there at one time. No changes are proposed for that space.
Okay, thank you. Also, the roofing material, would you tell us about that again and the color?
The roofing material and the color,
Mhm. It's corrugated metal, but does it have a color or is it going to be something very neutral?
Chair Rios, I don't believe it will be a color other than galvanized metal.
Thank you. Let's see, any other board members have questions for Angela at this time? It appears not. May we have the applicant come forward and get sworn in?
Yes. Who is the applicant, Chair?
Who
You
is
need to ask-
the applicant?
Will the applicant please raise their?
John Hertz,
Okay. Mr. Hertz, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
He's gonna need to get unmuted.
Mr. Hertz? Can you unmute yourself? Mr. Hertz, can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
And I do affirm that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Please state your full name and address for the record.
My name is John Hertz, and the address of the property, or where I actually live at this point in time.
Where you reside? Where
I
you
live
live?
at 316 Harrison Avenue in San Antonio, Texas.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Hertz, you heard staff's report, I hope. And what more, do you have anything more to add to staff's report?
No, I think Angela did a very good job presenting the project.
Okay,
I would just say, I'm an ex-Santa Fe resident, and I am moving back to Santa Fe after an absence of 40 years. I used to work at City Hall in the planning department when Harry Moole and Steve Flantz were there.
oh my
Wow.
goodness.
Those were back in the days. And I'm actually converting this triplex into duplex, and I intend to live in the larger portion of it.
Oh, okay, let me see if any board members have questions for you, Mr. Hertz. Board members, any questions for Mr. Hertz? It appears not. Let me ask for public comments. Public comment at this time? Stephanie Beninatto, did you have something to say?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't get the unmute thing till just this minute. Yes, I do
Okay.
have something to say. Can I be sworn in?
Yes, please. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So-
Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. Stephanie Beninatto, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. First, I just want to say, when I asked that question from petitions from the floor, I was kind of actually expecting some kind of response from somebody about what that process might look like and whether the board would even discuss trying to nominate 721 Don Diego. That being said, on this house, I think it's an excellent project. I have two questions. One is, what is the allowable height in that on that building or in that area? And then I just think the transoms over the windows look odd. I think they might work over the doors, but over the windows, I don't know. They just look a little out of place. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Hertz, do you have the answer to the question of what the, Angela, pardon me, what's the allowable height?
Chair Rios, members of the board, it's 15 feet.
And the
2 inches.
proposed height of this house is 14.4?
At its highest point.
At
Yeah.
its height, it goes from 10 to 14.4? Okay,
No,
thank you.
12 to 15.
Mr. Hertz, I have a question for you. Are you proposing anything on the roof that is going to be visible, such as skylights or any other appurtenances?
There are skylights, but they are flat and they are below, far below the height of the parapet, so they will not be visible. The only visible thing is the chimney.
Okay, thank you. And it appears that board members do not have any questions, and I will entertain a motion, please.
Madam Chair, did we get all of the public comment? Because we still have one hand raised.
I do. Okay, let me look again. Sorry. Oh, Mr. John Eddy has joined us. John, would you get sworn in, please?
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I believe I'm unmuted and you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the meeting. I would echo Ms. Beninatto's observation that the transom windows do look a little out of place. And I think that they are a pretty kind of crazy departure from the vernacular character of this building. Having said that, the other thing that I wanted to throw out there was that it seems like the east elevation as proposed, it strikes me that the portal, if it extended over the final window on the left side of that elevation, it might look less like a mistake. I'm sorry, I'm being undiplomatic here, but I know the reason for not extending a portal over that window is probably for more light, but extending that portal over that window would complete that sense of portal as an architectural detail integral to the house. And I'd be interested to see if that's something that could be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Board members, I would like to hear from you if you have any comments in reference to the transoms and also in reference to the portal. I felt that, I personally feel that this moving the portal over to have that window there on the east elevation be also under the portal, the two windows there be under the portal. I think that was a good recommendation. Let me see what Member Katz has to say. Member Katz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I agree with the issue about the transoms on the windows. I mean, wouldn't object to taller windows, but this looks kind of really jerry-rigged rather than something. I mean, if they're doing them, they could just do them complete in fuller windows. Thank you.
Thank you. And did you have an opinion regarding the portal?
I agree with Mr. Eddy.
Well, thank you. Member Larson.
Thank you. Yes, I share this concern and that I think that we are kind of departing from that vernacular kind of window pattern and opening, and I would like to see that preserved. And I think what Frank suggested and maybe a taller window will be more appropriate, or just maintaining a window without a transom would be fine. But yeah, I agree that this is a well done project. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Larson. Member Guida.
Mr. Hartz, I think this is a very nice project. I like your proposal of creating a principal residence and then additional housing on your site. I would agree. I think the transoms above the doors are fine. I think eliminating them above the windows, making the windows taller, would be a good move visually, and probably save you some money. As far as the lengthening of the porch or the portal, I do like the proportion and massing of the east elevation as it is. But I do also appreciate the concern that was raised about that last window looking like it should be captured. As an alternative to lengthening the portal, I would say, another alternative might be just moving that window to the left to make it look a little more on its own, and less related to that porch. But otherwise, it's a nice project.
Thank you for your comments, Member Guida. Mr. Hertz, do you have any comments in reference to what the board members just finished indicating?
Yes, I thank you for your comments. I think they're insightful. I would like to explain why the project is as proposed. First, the idea of moving the window, this is by Mr. Guida, moving the window to the left. The problem is that there is an existing gas main that sits at the corner of the house. If I move the window to the left, then I'm going to have to pay several $1,000s to have the gas meter moved. So its position is somewhat determined by code, which requires a specific distance between the meter outlet and an operable window. So that's why the window isn't moved over. As to lengthening the portal, my experience with traditional houses and adobe houses is that they tend to be quite dark. And the problem is that the south side of my property is very close to the property line, and there's a fence a few feet away. So it's very difficult to take advantage of south gain, and the main part of the house only has exposure on the northeast and west. So the idea is that not having the portal extend would allow this window to have more light coming into it. I don't know, I like the proportions as they're drawn. I like that there's kind of a balance between the the area uncovered by the portal on the left and the taller portion on the right of the east elevation that also doesn't have a portal on it. I think it's more balanced than if the portal extended further, but that's an aesthetic decision. As to the windows and the transoms, I would have no problem at all in doing away with the transoms and raising the window height. If you, the board, will grant me that I don't have to put a divided light in the window, because the problem is they will exceed the, 30-inch diagonal that limits single panes. And I'd rather not have a divided light since none of the windows have divided lights. So if you would allow me to make a taller window that consisted of 2 single panes, that would be perfectly acceptable to me. I would hate to do away with the transom and not raise the windows and get back to the issue of the fact that the house is going to be much darker without the transoms, because the taller window throws light further back into the space.
Mr. Hertz, your project, 224 Maynard, is located in the West Side Guadalupe district, which does not require that you that you divide the windows.
Oh, well, that's great. That I was misinformed then by my window rep. So I would accept having taller windows. That could work. That I would accept that as a compromise. If you would permit me to make a window that's the height of to the top of the transom.
Well, let's see what the board members, if they have anything further to say, and then I will entertain a motion. Member Katz, did you have something to say?
Sorry.
He just had his hand up for a minute. Board members, if you have nothing further to say, I will entertain a motion at this time. Professional board members. Member Guida.
All right, so in case 2020-002356-224 Maynard Street, I move that the board approve the project as drawn, with the exception of the transoms above the windows, and that the applicant return with updated drawings to present to staff showing taller windows to replace.
Buddy will second, and I can't find my hand to raise. So.
Okay, thank you, Buddy. And any further comments? We have a motion and a second. And I will take a roll call vote, or please take a roll call vote, Melissa.
Yeah. Yes. Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes. Yes, sorry.
Okay. Member Larson?
Yes.
Member Roybal?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Hertz, and welcome back to Santa Fe.
Gracias.
Next case is 2020-002254, located at 141 Camino Escondido. This is a contributing house and walk, and it is also Angela's case. So may we hear your report, Angela? Your revised report?
Thank you, Chair Rios. Yes, there were errors in the staff report that was in your packet, and it has since been revised and provided to you. And I'm going to read the letter, or read that into the record. I think that's it. 141 Camino Escondido is a Spanish Pueblo revival style house located in the downtown and east side historic district. The property includes the 1,600 square foot main house near the center of the lot, 660 square foot guest house behind the main dwelling, and a 350 square feet freestanding open concrete block structure on the south side of the lot. At the July 28th meeting, the board designated the main house contributing with the west and north elevations, sans the bay window primary facades. The board additionally granted contributing status to a street wall and deemed the above mentioned guest house and concrete structure non-contributing. To the east and the rear of the main house is a casita that was once a one-car garage. The front of the building was added after 1973 to serve as guest quarters. The street-facing elevation is a nearly solid wall with 2 windows. The barbecue structure, built in the 1950s, sits close to the southwest of the main house. The applicant proposes to demolish the freestanding barbecue shelter at the southeast corner behind the main house. The structure is not harmonious with the house's style or period, and according to its recent historic survey, does not reflect the preservation ordinance's design objectives. As stated above, both auxiliary structures were designated non-contributing at the previous board meeting. Further, the barbecue structure lacks many of the refinements and characteristic features of barbecue shelters of the period. Based on this, and that the structure is not publicly visible, its demolition would not erase an essential part of a unique street section, per section 14-3.14G, standards for demolition of historic or landmark structures. The proposal includes 3 main work items. Construct a 391 square foot master bedroom suite addition on the southeast corner of the main house. Replace the existing guest house with a new guest house. Add a single car garage at the end of the driveway near where the original garage stood. The garage will combine with a new guest house into 1 unit. The current owner purchased the property in 2019 and wishes to renovate the main house and guest house. To do so, the applicant wishes to add a master bedroom suite. Present guest house is not well laid out, consisting of only a room added to an older garage. The proposal is to update the space with a full-size bedroom and a modern kitchen. With no car shelter on the property, a small garage is considered a necessity. The 391 square foot master bedroom suite will attach to the main house as a rectangular volume off the southeast corner. Its ceiling height will be 10 feet with the parapet at 12 feet 6 inches, approximately 2 feet higher than the parapet of the main house. It will include French doors on its east and west elevations. For weather protection, it will have flat roof portals over each door. A separate roof shelter of the same design will be installed over the house's existing east entry. The freestanding concrete block structure will be demolished to allow for the addition. The proposed 270 square feet garage has a cube-like volume with an 11 feet 6 inch parapet height. The garage will have a traditional overhead door on the west, street-facing elevation. The steel panel door will be painted in lighter earth tone to complement the main house's stucco color. From the street, it will give the appearance of a traditional 1-car garage, as historically found on the property. A new guest house is proposed to replace the non-contributing structure. The guest quarters has a parapet height of 12 feet 6 inches and harmonizes with, does not mimic the main house's architectural characteristics. It will include a 314 square feet portal across its north elevation. The non-historic vinyl windows on the main house and guest house will be replaced with new units. These are white wood-clad casement windows with a 4-light division. The rough openings along the designated primary facades will remain essentially of the same dimension, taking into account slight shifts that will need to occur to accommodate the new units. The windows on the primary facades will include a wood division bar, also mullion, to replicate their historic appearance. The openings along the south elevation will change in size and location to accommodate the guest bedroom's headboard position. The same type of window is proposed for the master bedroom suite and the guest house addition. The selected doors are of the same clad design. The existing main house patio door will be replaced with a larger size unit with a 4-light division to match the windows. The additions will be constructed of stucco-faced 2x6 framed walls with 2-inch rigid board insulation. They are designed to harmonize with the architectural characteristics of the main house. This includes the use of cube-like volumes, rounded parapets, portals, divided light windows, and a cementitious stucco finish. The details, however, will distinguish them from the older buildings. The main house, master bedroom suite, guest house, and its expansion will be stuccoed with a cementitious coat in the Pecos color and earth tone shade similar to El Rey's Adobe color. The white color scheme of the main house's front portal will be retained as part of the restuccoing. Proposed light fixtures of the master bedroom suite and guest house additions consist of thin profile black iron wall sconces, not scones. The west front street wall and the south and north property walls will not be modified in height, but will be repaired and restuccoed with a cementitious stucco in the same color as the residential units. There is no visible rooftop mechanical equipment proposed for either the main house or the guest house addition.
Thank you. Angela, is that the end of your report?
I wanted to state my recommendation, Chair.
Yes, please.
Finalize it. Staff recommends approval of this application in compliance with section 14-5.2D, the general design standards for all historic districts, section 14-5.2D9, yard wall height, pitch, scale, massing, and floor step backs, and section 14-5.2D5, windows and doors, and section 14-5.2E, downtown and east side design standards. And with that, I conclude my report.
Thank you. Angela, as we know, this is a contributing house, and the west and the north are primary facades. I'm wondering if you discussed with the applicant the mullination of the mullion pattern on the windows and why they're deviating from that.
Sorry, Chair, I had a technical issue over here. I have not discussed that with the applicant regarding the change in pattern of the.
Because when you have a historic house, and particularly when you have primary facades designated, the ordinance tells us to replace in kind. So that's something to think about in reference to this application. And there are other board members that have comments, and Member Katz, I will recognize you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question also was about the windows. Do the ones proposed meet the 30-inch rule?
Member Katz, Chair, the answer to that is yes, because of the mullions.
Thank you.
Member Guida?
To be clear, we're talking about the muntins that divide the light pattern in the windows, not the mullions.
Yeah, I'm talking about, right, the divisions. Okay, Member Guida, did you have something to say? I guess not. Member
Angela,
Beachhead?
Angela, just to be clear, the function of the window is also changing, right? These are
Say what?
proposed
The
to
function
be,
of the windows, what?
these are proposed to be casements, not double hungs anymore.
Member Guida, Chair, that is not my understanding. And with reference to the muntins, I believe, are you all referring to the south elevation windows that are changing in size and the openings are changing?
I believe we're referring to the all of the house, but particularly the west elevation and the north elevation that were determined to be contributing. It seems that the divided light pattern is changing, and it also seems to me that the function and style of window is changing as well. It's going from a double hung to what I suppose is a casement window.
Thank you. I see that now. Lisa, could you scroll up so the existing main house elevation is visible on the screen for us, for me?
Which elevation?
So
the elevations are being shown. These are existing and proposed?
Right, yeah, well, on the west elevation, the proposed are larger light pattern. That's what you're referring to, and that's changing. And the existing windows are replacements, vinyl windows. I can't speak to whether those replicated the existing light pattern before, but it is a different light pattern that they are proposing on that west elevation, as well as other in the house. Is the applicant present? Maybe they can speak to that. And as far as the function of the windows.
Okay, well, when we get to the applicant, we will do that. Can you tell us, Angela, when these windows, the existing windows, when those were replaced? Because they could also be historic, even if they're not the original windows, it could be historic.
I'm sorry, Chair Rios. That is likely in the historic inventory that was written for this house at the last board meeting, the 31-page HICP in your packet. Off the top of my head, I don't know if the windows they were called replacements. I don't know the date of those windows.
Thank you. Member Beachside?
Thank you. I had a question about the mullions, which I believe are the thick vertical wood pieces between the two windows. Are those being retained in the window replacement?
Member Beachside, I can't speak to that.
Okay, I can ask the applicant. And I had a second question, which is with respect to the garage door. I believe the report indicated that a steel garage door was on the original garage and is historic. Is that correct? I'm just wondering about the reuse of a steel door, if that is in keeping with what was there historically.
Member Beachside, I don't know the answer to that with respect to what the original garage door was, if that was covered in the survey.
Okay, I can ask the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Revolve. Okay, unmute, buddy. Buddy, can you unmute?
Yeah, sorry, I was trying. It's a little difficult sometimes. I guess all the questions are about the windows on the south side of the main house. Also, the difference in the change of the windows. Also, the concern about egress on the smaller windows. I don't know if they would even meet the egress standards for those windows, but I don't see why there's such a change in windows throughout the house, especially even on the south side. So I think this is our questions for the participant to go ahead and answer, since most of us have questions in the windows.
If I may just make an observation.
Yes, Lisa.
The HCPI form for the house indicates that the majority of the 6/6 light windows are vinyl windows, which leads me to believe that they are not historic. And so replicating a non-historic light pattern would seem to be less of a concern for the board than replicating a historic light pattern.
Thank you for your observation, but we still don't know the age of the windows, even if they're the vinyl windows, correct, Lisa?
Madam Chair, I don't believe that vinyl windows were used historically, but
50 years ago, actually, in my view, isn't really that long. You're still young, Lisa, but
to get clarification from John Murphy on that.
So, okay. Member Larson?
Yeah, I was just going to say the windows are probably after 1980, if they're vinyl, just from a material and just the way that they appear. So that's, hopefully we'll get confirmation on that.
Okay, thank you. Member Katz, did you have something further?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. The HICP report says that the windows were replaced in 1973.
Okay, thank you. And 1970 is Okay, if we have no further questions, let's bring on the applicant or applicants. And also, public comment. I think people that are commenting are pretty good about their keeping their comments short, but Sally, will you help me with the 2 minutes?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll time for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Who is the representative for this case, or who are we presenting? Is that person here, Angela or Lisa?
Curious, that person is John Murphy.
Oh, John, let's see. I don't see him on the list. Do you?
Yeah, he's there. He is there, Madam Chair.
He is? Oh, okay. John, would you get sworn in, please?
Sure.
Mr. Murphy, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. John W. Murphy, 2833 Plaza Verde, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507.
Thank you.
John, good evening.
Good evening.
Hope you're doing okay. I think you heard the concern about the windows. There were questions about the muttons and the mullions.
Sure.
Can you address our concerns, please?
Sure. Madam Chair and members of the board, the windows, as I understand it, and I'm sorry, Member Katz, if you interpret it that way, I believe they, from the manufacturer mark, they are from the 1990s or 2000s. They're all, except for one, vinyl units with insert grids mimicking that light pattern. So they are not original. When I spoke to the granddaughter who spoke to her mother and her sister, who I said, as before, was an architect, they did not recall the window pattern. So we don't know at this point what the windows look like, and they had control of the property until about 1969. So the applicant, to go back to the front west elevation, the primary facade, is proposing a 4-light casement clad unit. The division bar or the false mullion, will be retained. If not, it will be, if it's in such poor condition, it will be reconstructed. The windows along the north and west elevation will retain their overall original aperture or opening, and the false lintel will also be either refurbished or cut to look like what is there in place today. So if you have a specific question about the windows, I'm happy to address it, but this is all I know regarding what was there historically.
Thank you, John. Board members, do you have anything further in reference to window questions? I do have a comment to make. I'm pretty familiar with this neighborhood, having lived in the area all my life. And I do feel that whether this windows, the vinyl windows, are more in keeping with what was there in that neighborhood. A comment from me that it's amazing how when you look at the existing windows and then you look at the proposed windows, how really windows do make a big difference, even if the openings are remaining. Just, the light pattern is different. So it really does make a difference. But let me see if board members don't have anything further. I will open it for public comment. Public comment, anyone from the public? Wishing to comment on this case?
We have
Is
two
someone
members.
speaking? Lisa,
There are two people with their hands raised. We have Stephanie Bedonato and John Eddy.
okay. John, you have the floor. I don't know why I can't see their hands
Yes, if you can hear me, Madam Chair.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, if you could ask staff to scroll to the proposed east elevation. I had a question. Member Katz mentioned the setback of the windows from the corners. And I'm sorry, I can't see the actual extreme right side of the east elevation as proposed. Just under the chimney of the fireplace there to the right. Can anyone see that?
What is the question?
I'm sorry, could staff please scroll to the east elevation?
That's what we're looking at.
It is up on the screen, John.
I'm sorry, I'm going back and forth between my computer and, oh, I'm sorry, I don't mean to confuse things. What I was looking at was a 1.6 inch setback from a corner on the proposed guest house. I'm sorry, that's what it was. Forgive me.
Just to clarify that the 3-foot corner rule is only required on publicly visible corners. So if it's on the east elevation, it would not be publicly visible.
I figured what was going to be the answer to my query. So I appreciate that from staff. I don't find the window changes objectionable. And I do find that they simplify the aesthetic of the house and they probably allow more light into the house as well. Overall, I like this project. I especially like the fact that they have limited their garage behind the main house to a single car garage, which I think is appropriate. And it does not impact the streetscape, which doubling that into a full-size garage would do. So I do appreciate this project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Stephanie Beninato, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. Stephanie Beninato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I do have concerns about the light changes, the pattern of the windows. I think a 6/6 is clearly distinctive from a 4/4. And I think that if there is no actual testimony from the former owners as to what there was there, that perhaps the board needs to assume the 6/6 was what was there and it was replaced in kind. I'm also have questions again about these changes in height, because I understand that it's going up to 12.6 to accommodate 10-foot interior ceilings, both in the guest unit and the main house on the addition. And I'm curious, like what is the actual elevation or height, excuse me, of the main house and of what is allowed in that area? And then just two little kind of picky things. Camino Escondido does not mean quiet. Escondido actually means hidden. And I think we all are going to have to start changing our vocabulary about master bedrooms. Just reading an article recently where master bedroom is going out the window because now it is a sexist, racist term. So maybe main, I know you can all laugh or smile, but maybe main bedroom will be the replacement term for master bedroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Member Beachside.
Thank you. I just had a question for the applicant, please. I think this is a really thoughtful addition to especially to the main house, the way that everything's in the back, and I appreciate that. And I also appreciate the addition of a 1-car garage as opposed to a 2-car garage in this neighborhood. That's far more in keeping with the scale. I just wondered about the door selection on the garage. It's a steel door painted to match the stucco, I believe. And did you consider a wood panel door, which seems to be a sort of a popular choice in this neighborhood as well?
John.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you, but a question was posed to you in reference to the door on the garage.
Sure, I'd like to go back a little bit. I'm uncomfortable with conjectural ideas of what the light division was historically. We don't know. Absolutely, we do not know. Casement windows were very popular at that time, as well as double hung. A 6/6 was more traditional to a territorial revival style house. So I think we should be flexible in the light pattern. In terms of the garage, again, the original owner does not recall what it was, but I know the applicant is willing to consider and has considered a wood panel door if the board feels that is a more suitable choice. In addition, the applicant, this was referenced several times by the board, purposely put the garage where it was historically and kept it to a one-car garage so that it will read as it was historically. I think the applicant should be, that particular move where there could have been something much more obtrusive set either adjacent to the house or at the end of the driveway.
Thank you, John. Member Guida?
So I think this is actually a really good conversation for the board to have. And John, I thank you for clearing up the concern about the windows and their history. I think you raise a really important point about conjecture. So, once we've kind of cleared that, what we're looking at in terms of these existing vinyl windows, may or may not have been what was there at one time. Even if we look at the rear of the building and we look at the divided light pattern on the side lights to the rear door, we can imagine it was probably a smaller light pattern. But because we do not know for sure, and because I think the design of the remodel is so consistent in applying a new window pattern in these openings, both in terms of the guest house and the main house, I'm really fine with that, with this project taking those liberties. I think it's a really good sensibility. We don't know, and so we're going to put something else here in its place and do so in a way that's consistent and integrated with a total design idea. So I applaud that approach.
Thank you, Member Guida. Members of the board, are there any further questions or comments? It appears not, so I will entertain a motion at this time. Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In case number 2020-002454 at 141 Camino Escondido, I would move to approve the application as submitted with the condition that the garage door be wood panel, not steel.
That the garage door be what?
Wood panel rather than steel.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Member Beachside.
I'll second for the sake of discussion. I don't know if I was exactly suggesting that the garage door be wood paneled. I suspected there was some rationale for why it is proposed the way it is. And I love the idea that the owner wanted to sort of restore the garage at the end of the driveway where it was originally located. So if the applicant feels that the steel door is the better choice for what they're trying to restore, then I'm fine with that as well.
Did you have anything further, Member Katz, to say?
I was basing I do totally appreciate how they're doing the garage, and that's so traditional in these neighborhoods. And generally they're wooden doors, and I was going based on John's representation that they would be comfortable with a wooden door. I think it would be more in keeping.
Thank you, Member Katz. I happen to agree with that, but I also thank Member Beachside for her comments. So we have a motion and a second, and I don't think we have further discussion. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes. Yes.
Member Roybal?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Next case is case 2020-00-2359, located at 510 Alona Street or Halona. This is a non-contributing building and it is Angela's case. Angela, may we hear your report, please?
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. The house on 510 Halona is non-contributing. Residence sits at the corner of Halona Street and Wanishi Way in the downtown and east side historic district. Designed in Spanish Pueblo revival style, it is flat roofed and wall dominated with wooden posts, beams, corbels, projecting canales, and stucco tan, El Rey's buckskin. A low stucco yard wall bounds the house at the corner and north and east elevations of the north and east elevations. Approximately 20 feet back from Wanishi Way, the eastern yard wall steps up to 5 feet. The applicant proposes to raise the height of the yard wall from 2.5 feet to 5 feet, add a pedestrian gate on the east side, and install a vehicular gate on the north side, bridging the house with the garage and studio structure west of the residence. The need for a corner visibility triangle is met by the addition of wrought iron atop the existing low yard wall. The wrought iron will be 1 inch in diameter with clean lines and distressed appearance. The extent of the wrought iron portion is 10 feet along Halona and 15 feet along Wanishi Way. The maximum allowable wall and fence height is 5 feet in this streetscape. The applicant wishes to add a 5 feet high pedestrian door, wooden, to match the existing garage wood and stain, to the Halona Street facing yard wall for better pedestrian access and circulation. The CMU wall will have a 3-coat stucco finish to match the house and garage. The proposed vehicular gate will span the open distance between the house and the garage fronting Wanishi Way. It will extend 20 feet with a height of 4 feet, 10 inches with iron detail. The gate will rest on an electric roller platform. The family seeks this change to provide security for their young child and dog, as they note in their proposal letter that speedy traffic on Halona has increased significantly. Staff recommends approval of the application in compliance with section 14-5.2D, the general design standards for all historic districts, 14-5.2D9, yard wall height, pitch, scale, massing, and floor step backs, and section 14-5.2E, the downtown and east side district standards. I conclude my report.
Thank you, Angela. Board members, any questions for Angela at this time? Member Beachside.
Thank you. Just a question about page 17 shows a coyote fence, and I'm not clear where the coyote fence is.
Member Beachside, on the site plan, page 16, it is called out, the wrought iron fences are called out, aren't they? My understanding is that the coyote fence is along the back of the property to 6 feet high.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
We can clarify that as well with the applicant. Any other questions, Member Beachside?
Just what color is the wrought iron? Is it black or brown?
It's described as distressed. So
okay.
My understanding is that wouldn't be black.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Member Guida.
Thank you. I'm concerned about the completeness of this drawing package. I was also confused by the coyote fence. We have a lot of dashed lines for what is being proposed, and not any visuals really on the wrought iron and especially the gate. And so to me, it's going to be very difficult to make a determination based on incomplete materials.
Thank you for your comments, Member Rita. I do have to tell all applicants that we are not able to make the field trips So it really is important, well, whether we make the field trips or not, but particularly now that all applications are completed to the T so that we know what we are basing our judgment on. Thank you. There are no other questions, it appears at this time, for Angela. So if the applicant or applicants would come forward and get sworn in. And the applicants are, there's someone and all I see is a phone number.
Garrett
Okay,
Werner.
thank you. Melissa, would you swear in the applicant?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Madam Chair, yeah, I have moved him to the panel, but I'm not seeing him anymore. There is a hand raised under the attendees as a phone call. That might be him.
Yeah.
Let's see, maybe we lost him.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay, you were, the stenographer needs to swear you in.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Garrett Lee Werner, 510 Helena Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Warner. I think board members will have some questions regarding certain clarifications. So I'm going to open it to the board members, unless, do you have anything to add? You probably heard the members' comments. Did you have anything to add at this time?
Yes, Madam Chair and members. To answer two questions, the coyote fence is located on the back of the property bordering the opposite sides of our neighbors. So that's, I think, a little misleading on the document, but yeah, the coyote fence is already, it was installed prior to us moving into the house, and that borders our neighbors. The wrought iron will be congruent with the Santa Fe Community Foundation, the wrought iron that they have, which is a brown distressed wrought iron, so it matches the aesthetic of the environment in the area.
Thank you, and let me see what questions. Did you have anything more to add?
Yes, the main reason, as Angela mentioned, for our project is due to we moved to this great corner street where we have, in our mind, was a 2 dead-end road. And with kids and dogs, we thought this is a safe, easy, low-traffic location. However, it couldn't be anything but. It is a high-traffic location, shockingly. And my neighbors, we always talk about how people fly down the 5-block road going 80 miles an hour and then slam on their brakes. So the front portion of our property has been unfortunately completely unusable for small children and dogs due to the nature of the vehicle traffic. And then now, more importantly, we have an increased amount of pedestrian traffic that would be unsavory, if you will. And that has created a very easy access to our front door, which has caused a lot of unnerving incidences with individuals deciding to come by at various times of the night, either walking home from a bar, which is not near us. However, so the panhandler component is really what drove us to do something like this, due to the fact that the kids can't go outside and play, nor the dog. And we have to stay in the small back area of the home, where the main area of the home is really the highlight of the property.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure board members will have questions for you. Let me see who does. Board members, do you have any questions for the applicant? Member Katz.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate very much that the section of the fence that's the wrought iron. I know it's not done for the reasons that I appreciate it, but I'm glad it's there. When you drive by on Paseo and look down that road, Helena, you will be able to see through that wrought iron fence. And that's sort of the greatest part of the visibility. Likewise, if you drive up Helena and go to the community foundation. And so I think that it works really well, and I compliment the owner on the way that he has handled it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Benvenu?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I had the same problem that Member Guida mentioned, which is that it's not clear to me through these drawings exactly what is being proposed specifically with regard to the wrought iron work. I have a little more clarity now that there's a reference to the community foundation building, but that and the gate just don't seem to be really well indicated as far as what any kind of detail would be on those. So just a question as to the wrought iron, is that actually what you intend the wrought iron to look like with the point, the arrowhead points on the top?
Yes, correct, member. So the idea is that the wrought iron will be part of that diagonal, the vehicle diagonal, so turning traffic can see through. And then the wrought iron will mimic the community foundation, not exceeding the height limit, of course. The gate will mimic the current garage door, which is a cedar door. So the vehicle gate will be identical to the garage door with a small iron trim, again, just keeping with the aesthetic and making sure that everything as you turn down either Helena or Winchie, you see that really great aesthetic and not a bunch of tchotchke piecemeal stuff together. Unfortunately, our general contractor had to be let go midway through the process. So I, not a general contractor, have tried to combine as much materials as possible to present to the board as best to my knowledge.
Okay, I understand. So, I know that the community foundation has wrought iron work around their windows and they have security windows and security doors, but I don't recall exactly what the style of it is. Do they have wrought iron work that has that same kind of detail that you're showing on your drawing?
Yeah, it's the same gentleman that Adam is his name that did their work would be proposed to doing ours, which is just a 1-inch diameter that goes around that corner of that 10-foot and that 15-foot triangle. So it just keeps that nice aesthetic going of that kind of distressed, rusted look. So it almost looks like the buildings were built by the same person as the idea.
Uh-huh. Although the community foundation, yeah, okay. The community foundation does have a strong presentation of being a recent renovation, though, right? Not an old building. But you're looking for that.
Right. And yeah. And our house is only 2 years old, so our house is made to look like it's older, but it's still relatively new, obviously, for Santa Fe standards.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry if that helps.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other board members having wanting to comment or to ask a question at this time? Member Guida.
You may have said, and I missed it. What does this gate look like?
The gate would be the vehicle gate will go on a concrete slab roller, traditional for the area of my neighbors, and the gate itself would be horizontal cedar wood, literally around. It'd be like a giant cedar gate with some iron trim to break up the wood pattern, but we're definitely want to stick with the wood aesthetic because it matches the garage, which you can see from the road, and we feel as though the aesthetic needs to be cohesive.
Thank you. So, I guess I just don't know, and I don't see anything, so I don't know enough to know whether this is harmonious or not. And I think that given the area, given this degree of change, I think this warrants some proper design drawings, the same requirements that we require for every project. It's not enough for me to talk about dashed lines and not talk about actual drawings that show what the proposal is. for samples, color samples and material samples that would show what's being proposed. I do want to acknowledge that I understand some of the concerns of having a more significant yard wall, but I think even with this limited documentation, I think my concern is that, you know, what we get out of this is a security fence, and I'm not loving that idea in a pedestrian.
Right. No, and I completely agree. And I supplied Angela with photos of what the gate would look like. Unfortunately, Scott's Fencing and Gate Company down in Albuquerque has not supplied me with a drawing prior to the hearing. So I don't have that specifically, but I did supply photos of what the gate would look like and photos of what the iron actually would look like as well. So those were supplied to the city. Angela, do you have those?
Yes, the page 14 has what you sent me as a image for what you intend to replicate.
So again, I don't know if that is going to be sufficient or not.
For me, it's not. We would need to see drawings of what's being proposed for your property, not a photo of somebody else's.
Correct.
Page 14 shows a picture of a yard of a vehicular gate, but you, sir, are describing a cedar and an iron trim gate. And is that what that is on that picture on page 14?
Yes, Madam Chair, the black and white obscures the wood, the differentiation between the wood and the metal, but that is the cedar wood gate with metal. Sorry.
Okay. Member Beachside?
Thank you. I guess I'd like to hear from staff. I think staff assessed the packet to be complete. And, you know, there's no requirement for applicants to have professionally done drawings, I don't believe. And I just had a question about the height of the wall. I think that part of the applicant's wall is currently at 5 feet, and he's proposing to extend a very small wall to that height. And if this is by the community foundation, is there not a power station of some sort that has even a taller wall near this? Maybe someone could speak to the neighborhood walls that are nearby. That would help.
Member Beachside, I'd like to speak to that. That is correct. It's across the street directly from the power station, and those are at least 8 or 9 feet high CMU blocks. And the max allowable height in that neighborhood for that streetscape is 5 feet. So that is a real average between some that are very high, but most and traditionally, historically, there were low or no walls. But based on the properties there and the previous cases, the maximum allowable height is the 5 feet. And no one else in that streetscape has a 2.5 feet high wall on that corner. I do, I recognize and share Member Guida's concern about not having a replication of the vehicular gate in its context. As you heard from the applicant, he pulled this together after letting the contractor go, and I did my best to find those details out for you. But I believe too that streetscape warrants an accurate representation of what's being proposed. I believed in my in working with the applicant that I was sufficiently comfortable that vehicular gate wouldn't be higher than the maximum allowable height. And given the setting, if you could, Lisa, if you could go to the picture, please, of the north elevation, the photograph, to just show the relationship of the house to, okay, so yeah, and then we want to see, it's one of the photographs in the packet. If you go to the pictures.
The photographs
Wow,
in
there's a blank lot.
the photographs in the packet were not available for me to put into the PowerPoint. So I apologize, but I can't.
Oh, that made a difference. Okay, so that's the Google Street View. So if you, so what you're looking at is that corner, that northeast corner, and the house is right there. And then the garage door you see to the back is their garage and studio. And the vehicular gate is to span from the yard wall, existing yard wall of the house. Can you go back to that view of the house?
I'm trying to get in front of it there. That's
Oh, okay.
what I can do.
Okay, yeah, that helps. So yeah, so you'll see it's open, there's nothing there, and that's where they want to put in a vehicular gate, as well as raise the height of that yard wall to
Okay.
enclose it.
Thank you. That does clarify things for me, being able to see this. And
And this is the station, power station for reference.
Right.
right. Okay, board members, any other comments or questions at this
Show
time?
the wrought iron at the community foundation if you keep going, if you can go the other way, Lisa. Oh, the truck's blocking it. Okay. That's the streetscape out to Paseo.
Right, that does help. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa.
I'm going to open it for public comment at this time. Stephanie Benenato, she has been sworn in. Stephanie?
Sorry, the unmute takes a few seconds to come up. I am concerned about the lack of real drawings here. I'm actually surprised staff would bring this to the board without more detail on those drawings. And having photos of some other property is not the same as looking at the drawings for this particular property. And I don't see any, they might have wrought iron on the windows at the community foundation, but they don't have a wrought iron wall. And I don't think anybody else on the street does. And I have to say, I really did laugh out loud when they talked about the high speed traffic on Helona. I run on Helona quite frequently, and really there's like nobody on there. And I understand the community foundation is bringing in more traffic, but it's limited to that first lot basically. And then the other thing, and let me just say, I do appreciate the idea that it's wrought iron at the corner rather than a solid wall, because it does allow you visually to see into the property. But I do think that this needs to come back with more complete drawings. They do not have to be professionally done, but they do need some more detail. And using the wall for the power station to me is just inappropriate, because that is not a residential structure. And I am sure there are different code requirements for a utility station and shielding a utility station from the residential area. And therefore, it's completely inappropriate to use it as a comparison. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Eddy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I assume you can hear me. I agree, the power station is completely irrelevant in this argument, no matter what. And I wish it weren't there to begin with, but it's been there for quite a while. I do commiserate with the owner of this property. Traffic speed notwithstanding, having people wander into your property is really not a good thing. And we see more and more of that in Santa Fe. I would say that part of the charm of this property is the fact that there is a variation in the masonry wall, which surrounds part of it. I appreciate the fact that a wrought iron fencing with spear point tops is being proposed here, as I believe it gives them more security. It was stated that it was round rod, and I think it's 1 inch square rod that determines that fence. And I would also agree that putting a pedestrian gate adjacent to the sliding operable vehicle gate perhaps should be at least 5 feet tall as well, and could be made with that wrought iron. Yes, it is a departure, but I appreciate the need for security for this homeowner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, board members, do you have anything further? If not, let's see. I see Member Guida. Member Guida, do you have your hand up?
Sorry. Madam Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
Let's hear it.
Okay, so in case 2020-002359, 510 Helena Street, I move that we postpone this case and allow the applicant to return with complete drawings that would include the existing elevations along the two streets and separate from that, proposed elevations along those two same streets that would show clearly the pedestrian gate, the wrought iron fence that's going on top of the low wall, and the design of the vehicular gate. I would also suggest to the applicant that in reviewing the design that he and his fabricator focus on consistency in the design and not too many new materials, and possibly making this wrought iron fence proposal look a little bit less foreboding, maybe eliminating the spear points on top of the fence.
Thank you, Member Guida. Is there a
Voting
second?
it matches the frickin' St. Vincent's Hospital downtown.
Hold on. Is there a second to the motion?
I second. Member Bienvenu seconds.
And Member Royval, did you have something further?
I was going to second the motion. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, may we have a roll call vote?
Yes, Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenu,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson,
Yes.
Member Roybal.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you. Applicant, Mr. Warner, you heard that this case has been postponed and you heard the suggestions to bring back your plans that are more legible, more accurate to what you want to do. So we will see you next time that you come before the board and you can work with staff. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Chair Rios, Angela
Yeah.
here. I would like to clarify that I understood the motion. The motion is to postpone to allow the applicant to provide drawings of existing elevations for for the east and north facades and proposed elevations for those both, and to show the pedestrian gate as well as the wrought iron detail and the vehicular gate. Is that correct?
That is
Yes.
correct. For the applicant to bring forth whatever changes he's going to.
Okay, my
Oh.
clarification then, I understood a pedestrian gate to be proposed on the east elevation. I'm not aware of a pedestrian gate next to the vehicular gate.
Angela, I think he needs to bring back anything that he will be proposing. He needs to bring existing and proposed. And he himself can draw them, as Member Beachside said. I don't think it's a requirement for an applicant to hire an architect or a designer or a draftsperson, but the drawings do have to be more easily read by the board. And I think it's an advantage to the board, obviously, and also to the applicant and really to staff when he's gonna go get his permit. Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I ask just one more clarification on this? I didn't hear that this was to postpone to a date certain. Do we want to explore that option or?
Mr. Gardner, are you still there? Mr. Gardner, Mr. Warner, are you still there? Well, if you can work with him and just work it out to see when he's going to be able to get the drawings together, if you can contact him and give him a date, submittal date. Can you do that, Angela?
Yes,
Thank
sure,
you.
of course.
Okay, anything else, Sally?
No, thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Guido, did you have something?
No, thank you.
No? Okay. Thank you, everybody. We will go to the next case, which is case 2020-002355, located at 806 Don Gaspar. This is a contributing house. And this is Daniel's case. Daniel, may we hear your report, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Good evening, members of the board. 806 Don Gaspar is a single-family residential structure designated contributing to the Don Gaspar Historic District. The house was built in 1911 in a quote, cottage style. It has a shallow gables in the front, wood shingles, and a diamond-shaped fixed pane window at the gable end. Well, you can see it in this photo, just through the foliage. It has a tar shingle roof, which is presumed not to be original and is also clearly not historic. In 2000, it had had a red brick color, which was painted many years before. The shingles, wood corner, horizontal trims, fascia boards, fireplace and chimney brick, soffits and ceiling of the porch were painted Dunn Edwards Vapor, which is an off-white. In 2018, the structure also went an interior remodel and an addition was constructed with vertical wood siding and galvanized standing seal metal roof. Standing seam, yeah, you can see it there. The applicant now proposes to re-roof the historic portion of the structure with the tar shingle roof, which according to the applicant is 10 years beyond its intended lifespan. The applicant proposes replacing it with metal Victorian tile from the Berridge Manufacturing Company, colored a matte Shasta white. These photos show examples of other houses in the district that use the same kind of tiling for the roof. Albeit important is that the roof would be of a matte color like the bottom two photos, not the upper photos. An exception to 14-5.2 D6 is requested, which states that the existing roof styles and materials shall be maintained or replaced if necessary. The complete responses to the exception criteria are given in this report. The applicant chooses this material for the following reasons presented in the application. First, it makes the structure more compatible with the district, as there are several structures on the street that employ these metal Victorian shingles. Second, it has a longer life than tar shingle, thus reducing waste. And third, it allows rainwater runoff to be used safely to irrigate the garden, while tar shingle roofing contaminates the water, which makes this impossible. That's the report, and staff recommends that the exception criteria have been met. Staff recommends approval of the application as it complies with 14-5.2 D and the district standards 14-5.2 I stand for questions.
Daniel, how far back is this house from the street, from the front of the street?
That is a good question. I can't tell you in feet. I can tell you that it sits considerably back compared to the other houses. I would say 50 or 60 feet, something like that. Maybe I could assess it from the plan.
It looks like in the order of 90 feet from the site plan.
About 90 feet back.
Okay, yeah. So it's unusual in its siting. It does sit far back, and it has now a large and very lively garden in the front.
Mm-hmm. And Daniel, another question, and maybe it's I should ask the applicant, but are you familiar with the Shasta white color?
Well, I believe that's the current color of the house. If you look at the photographs of the house, it's almost entirely in this Shasta white. Oh no, excuse me, that was vapor. The Shasta white is an off-white that's very, very similar. Unfortunately, I don't have the color here with me, but it's kind of a soft white color.
Do you know that's a common color in this neighborhood? Because most of the houses originally, probably the Victorian style homes, there or any pitched roof homes, probably, had shingles, had the tarred shingles. And now they're switching to different elements, different, like this one this evening is the Victorian tile roofs, which
Right.
from my standpoint, if they're going to do something different, I'd rather have, my preference is to do something like this as opposed to a standing metal seam roof, because that's, a shingle roof to me is very like soft. It doesn't yell out, if I may personify that, kind of like it doesn't scream out, but I think standing seam metal roofs do, especially if the seam is really tall, and I think they're heavier. And also, would you go to the pictures that you had? The pictures of those 4 homes? Because I drive on Don Gaspar all the time, and I think it's this one on the upper right. If I'm not mistaken, that one has a very, very, very shiny metal roof.
Right.
And I know that he said they're proposing a matte finish, which I'm very grateful for, because that metal roof, I don't remember when it was put on, but it has not matted one little tiny bit. And then the next one at 532 Don Gaspar, I don't know what that has. It has like some kind of a white powder on it.
Can
It looks like it was painted historically, and that paint has been peeling off. Maybe Daniel knows more.
Madam Chair, to respond, there are a number of questions in there. First item, I'm not familiar with the entire street. I know that the applicant is quite familiar with the houses and supplied some of these. I think he supplied these photos. The 2 upper photos, I believe, are roofed with the same tile. One is more aged than the other and is thus less shiny and reflective. The 532 on the left, I think, is the same shiny material, but has aged. I had this exact question for the applicant, and he supplied me with a tile, which I have forgotten to bring, but it's very obviously a matte tile in a soft white color, a little bit yellow, or gray white. It's not reflective at all like this. There was a discussion, and I did include in the minutes in your packet from the last discussion, the coloring of this house has changed dramatically from its original. It used to have a brick red painted shingle, probably not originally, but for some decades. And presumably originally had natural wood shingles, was a very dark color scheme. And now we have white shingles, and we're moving, or the proposal is for an almost white roof. So it is a change, but I don't, it's not a standing seam. It's this, the shingles have a different appearance than the standing seam. The intention of which is to clearly differentiate the historic structure from the modern addition. And I've had a number of conversations with the applicant. He could address why he chose the color, but I think that the primary decision is around the material, which has to do with his very strong ecological sensibilities.
Thank you, Daniel. Member Benvenu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, my question was also about the comparable houses in the neighborhood. And I don't know if Daniel, you know the answer or not, or maybe the applicant does. But I was just curious, these 3 houses in the 500 block and then the other in the 900 block, if you know the age of the roofs, when they were put on and what was originally on those houses?
No, I don't know the what was originally on, but one of them, or not, maybe perhaps 2 of them, have been done within the last 2 to 5 years. Those shiny reflective roofs.
And are they all metal tile as opposed to standing seam?
They're metal tiles.
Okay,
Exactly the same kind of metal tiles that are being proposed.
right. Okay, and do we know if there are any historical houses that have the metal tiles? Or
Those are all
that the-
historic
that the-
structure.
No, I meant the roof itself being historic with
Um,
whether the metal tiles themselves are historic on any of the houses.
Madam Chair, yes, there are numerous examples of historic metal tile roofs in this Don Gaspar area. I would
Okay.
note, though, however, that this is a very different style architecture than most roofs that have a metal shingle roof. This is a wood shingle cottage style house that we have very few examples of in Santa Fe. And an addition was approved with a standing seam metal roof and vertical wooden siding. And it was allowed to be painted white. There's a number of things which, maybe this is just my personal opinion, could not have happened on this house to begin with. So it's already looking a bit like a hodgepodge. So I think I would caution the board to try as best as possible to be consistent with what the historic architectural style of the original portion of the home is, and not just try and match other roofs of houses with different styles.
I could just also respond to Lisa Roach's comment. I think the applicant is trying to be faithful to the architecture, but his concern is around the ability to reuse water that's running off the roof in an arid climate. So I think he would be open to suggestions for an appropriate solution that would allow him to harvest the water while sealing the roof. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Daniel, do you know whether they are planning gutters around the tile roof?
That's a good question. I would defer to the applicant. It's probably there's some details in the plans. I presume that there is a system to harvest the water. So there is a gutter system.
I applaud the applicant for their ecological concerns. I was a little cynical, thought that I too share Lisa's concern about this house. I was not best pleased with the color scheme that was chosen to replace the red painted wood shingles in the front of the house. And I am not at all pleased with white tiles. I said, well, why can't you just do asphalt? And I sort of didn't see anything in the record that said anything about that asphalt tiles are bad, other than the applicant's allegations that they were. But I did a little snoop on Google, and indeed, I think there is an issue with asphalt tiles. So I am comfortable with using the metal tiles, but I just cannot accept the white color. I think a color that more closely mimics what's there would be acceptable. And do we have any palette of the colors that are available, or is this something that we have to kick it back?
I would ask the applicant who has made the choice of colors. It is simply a metal tile that is colored, and I think that the colors, there are probably a whole variety of colors that could be substituted using the same tile.
But it would be nice if we were allowed to see the colors so that we could indicate something that seems more consistent with this historic house.
Thank you, Member Katz. Member Larson.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of echo Lisa's comments. Historically, this type of roof would not be compatible with this style. I think we can see in all of the example photos where other metal shingle roofs exist. It's a completely different architectural style. I think for this home, we need to go with something a little bit more understated. That doesn't mean that we can't go for an alternative material or some kind of metal shingle, but maybe just something less ornamental, just to be more compatible with this more rustic style of house. And also, you know, it should still be compatible with this later standing seam metal roof, but maybe differentiated ever so slightly. Again, just with less ornament.
Thank you, Member
May I
Wolf.
respond?
Yes, please, Danny.
The last board member was concerned that it was perhaps an ostentatious or not understated. Just to repeat that it's not a reflective color. They look like shingles. They're just rectangular, small rectangular plates about that big. They look just like shingles. They're matte colored. They would look almost identical to a tar shingle roof. They wouldn't have, the only alternative would be something like a wood shingle roof. That might look more understated or natural, but I think the choice of the color and the fact that it's matte is not going to draw much attention to it unless you're concerned about the color.
I'm not arguing with the color, the matte finish. I'm arguing because I looked up this shingle and it just appears to be more ornamental. So my mistake if I read that incorrectly. But I would like to see the exact sample if that's possible.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I left it at home. I could come back in 15 minutes and I would have it.
Daniel, are you saying that the proposed metal tile will be the same size as the shingles?
Yes, they're approximately the same size as a shingle, perhaps a little smaller. They're about 4 by 6 inches or something.
Okay. Member Guida?
So just, I guess I have two questions for Daniel, just out of curiosity. One, I imagine the addition came before the board at some point. Do we have any insight into what the board's thinking was in allowing a standing seam metal roof to be added onto this house?
Yes, I think that in the packet, the discussion around the color is recorded. I'm not sure that the standing seam metal roof, the minutes do exist of that conversation.
I agree with Lisa. It seems like from this board's perspective, it seems unlikely that we would have approved something like this. And I guess the second question is, putting that aside, is there anything that precludes standing seam metal from being used on this house in this district?
The only thing would be that there's the principle also in the code, but it's a general preservation principle, which is that the existing and new structures be differentiated from one another, that you don't create a false sense of history. The concern would be that a standing seam metal roof across the entire structure would blur that line between the original and the addition.
Seems like a line we often cross with Pueblo.
Yeah, we have the opportunity
to
look at it again.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions for Daniel at this time? If not, let's swear in the applicant or applicants.
That would be Daniel Strongwater.
Okay, if you'll please get sworn in, Melissa?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Daniel Strongwater. I live at 806 Don Gaspar Avenue.
Thank you.
Thank you all for the...
Good evening, Mr. Strongwater. How are you this evening?
Doing well. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you all. I just wanted to start by saying that this has been a really long process with this house, and we care deeply about the home, the neighborhood, and the place. My wife is a third generation Santa Fean, and we bought the home to move back to town and turn it into what we thought was always the potential of the front yard to be a quite prolific vegetable and fruit garden. We worked very closely with previous members of the Planning Commission through the whole, or the Planning Division, through the whole process, as well through our architects and builders, Palo Santo Designs. I wish that we had been made aware at the time of the concerns around the paint colors and other features. As far as we understood, we received feedback from the board. We were asked to move the light gray white of the house and the dark gray of the trim closer together, which we did. And we would have been quite open to other options related to the paint colors. So I regret that discussion hadn't happened further at the time. We also are, as Daniel mentioned previously, quite concerned with the ecological impact of what we of our home, and did quite extensive research on the different types of roofing materials that would be available. The house originally had a wood shingle roof that had since been layered over multiple times with new roofing, tar shingle roofing material. There's quite an extent of material that needs to be removed for us to replace the house, and we're quite aware of that. We'd like to avoid that happening again in the future. And in addition, the guidance around the importance of the house, the historic portion of the home and the new addition portion appearing separate and different was of concern for us. And so as we went through all of the material options that would be reusable for our garden, you know, there's silicone sheeting roofing, there's other forms of metal roofing like the standing seam that we have, which we did not think would be acceptable to the board, given that it would appear quite similar to our new addition. And where we arrived was at these Victorian tiles, which we felt was, well, had many precedents in the neighborhood, despite what all of the members have stated so far, that our home is of a slightly different style than many of those with the metal tiling. Also of note is that the roof is not very visible from the street, especially on Don Gaspar. You can see the side of it on East Burger Street over a 6 foot or 7 foot wall of our neighbors. And the last thing I wanted to mention was in regard to the color of the roof. One of our biggest issues in comfort in living in the house now is that the roof gets the home does not have air conditioning, also for ecological reasons, but it does not, it gets quite hot in the summertime, especially this summer. We felt that in a significant way. And so our color selection has a lot more to do with the reflective nature of white and matte white, out of concern for our neighbors and those driving by. We did not go with the galvanized option of the colors. They do make the roofing tiles in 2 different versions. If you're looking at the website, they have the Victorian shingle, which is what we're proposing, as well as some other shapes that are actually, one of them is maybe more subdued, the fish scale shingles, and others are more ornamental, the classic shingles. And we felt we were choosing a shape that mimicked what we had seen in the neighborhood, and that is why we chose it. So we are open to considering other suggestions. We've been on a pretty long journey looking for what the right roofing material here might be, and we would like to arrive at a resolution. Also, to respond to the questions about the gutters, we are proposing similar gutters to what we built on the new addition, which are 4-inch square galvanized gutters. Again, they're open to discussion around color and material. We would like to go with the square 4-inch gutters for their rainwater carrying capacity. And so that's why we have those proposed. Very open to further discussion. I hope I answered all of your questions and concerns, and let me know if you have any more.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Strongwater. Our city attorney has something on her mind. Yes, Sally.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to note for the record that Member Larson has shared an internet link to the Barrage.com products for the shingles. So I might suggest that I just want to say that she put that on the chat, and I think it would be helpful maybe if we just pulled it up and did a screen share for a moment to at least show the colors, just so that we can reflect that y'all actually looked at it, everyone saw it.
I also just sent a link that shows the 3 different shapes that they offer. And so you can see the fish scale shingles, the Victorian and the classic shingles there.
And I'm happy to share mine, or if Lisa wants to.
Let's see what we have here.
I think I've got them ready too.
So we're proposing that center option, the Victorian shingle, which are a flat embossed shape that's quite subtle.
Thank you for doing that, Member Larson. Appreciate it. Being able to see something is saves a lot of time. Member Katz, did you have something?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes. What would be the problem with wood shingles on the roof?
We don't believe that the lifespan will be anywhere near what we can achieve with metal shingles. We also have had to, in the process of doing our renovations, we had to replace some of the cedar siding shingles, and sourcing them was incredibly difficult. We don't believe that there are roofers in town with experience putting wooden shingles up these days. And so we're quite concerned with quality control, lifespan, as well as availability. The shingles we did find had to be brought in from very far away.
We are seeing pictures of colors, and I would be interested in seeing the color opportunities. Do we have that on the website?
It is available on the website. I can send a link to that.
I posted the link in the chat.
If you go to, actually, if you click on the little circle there, the gray circle, these are all of the available colors. And so Shasta White is second from the left on the first row. It's on the top. It's that one there.
Okay. Is there some color on the list that would replicate what's there now?
Perhaps the 5th from the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, something like that.
It seems like, yeah, that. Yeah.
Madam Chair, if I may, just, we know that there were wooden shingles on the roof originally. Most likely those were brown wooden shingles. I know there's a bit of conjecture here, but I think that's a pretty educated guess that the shingles that were there were brown. I would suggest that the board consider a brown color for the shingles, especially since the siding of the house is no longer reflective of that original dark color. And just as an aside, in looking back at the minutes from that meeting in which the paint color was approved, vapor was actually not approved by the board. That one of the conditions of approval was that vapor be changed to a darker gray.
I apologize, I don't have the exact color names. We actually used Diamond Vogel paint instead of what the Dunn Edwards that was written in the plans, but we did go a step darker on the color chart from Dunn Edwards and go and get that color from Diamond Vogel.
Thank you. Lisa, I appreciate your comments in reference to the color. If the board is going to go with metal shingles, I think that you really need to try to replicate what, in terms of color, what is there. Member Paez, did you have, Attorney Paez, did you have something further?
Apologies, I forgot to lower my hand.
Okay. Member Roybal.
Yeah, I have no objection with what's been presented. My concern was for the client. Again, he stated that I don't know about the heat transfer going to a darker color. And one of the main reasons he was choosing a light color was because of the reflective qualities of a lighter color. So I would like to know the differences between the dark color and the color that he had chosen as far as the heat reflection in the house. Since he does not have air conditioning, we have to take that into account and give a little bit about that, please.
Thank you. Do you wish to comment, or either Daniel or Mr. Strongwater? If you have knowledge.
I don't have direct knowledge. It was out of intuition and kind of what I know of color reflection. I'm happy to reach out to the company and try and get some metrics or further details on that. I can say that I've had experience with galvanized roofing and dark brown roofing and metal roofing, and there was a significant difference in that case, my experience. But I'm happy to return to the board with those details or in whatever capacity is most appropriate.
Thank you. Member Guida.
Thank you. Mr. Strongwater, if there were no other restrictions, would you be considering doing standing seam on this roof?
Yes, I'd be happy to do standing seam. Yeah, I really quite like it.
And it would meet your performance requirements as well.
Yes.
So for the board,
I guess the question would be, I apologize. I wish the question would be, would a color requirement be applied there? Would galvanized be acceptable, or white, or no in that case?
So, I think for the benefit of the board and this discussion in general, I am 100% opposed to the kind of faux historic move of putting Victorian metal shingles on a craftsman cottage style house. I don't, the notion that this is somehow part of the streetscape because there are houses of different of entirely different styles with similar roofs, it doesn't hold any water. It doesn't make sense. We have to look at this house for what it is. On the surface of things, if we were to look at this house, probably this board wouldn't have never approved a standing seam metal roof for an addition anyway. Obviously, the most consistent and harmonious decision would be a replacement of asphalt shingle roof. There is already a standing seam metal roof on this house. It is more neutral and historically sensitive than a Victorian shingle roof on a craftsman style house. And so to me, there are really two choices here. One, to create, to reverse some of the kind of hodgepodge that this board has allowed, and choose an asphalt shingle roof that would be of a gray color that would somehow coordinate with the paint colors of the house and the galvanized roof, and deny the applicant his ability to harvest water from his roof. Or to go a step further and to do a more consistent overall look of having a standing seam metal roof on the main house, which may be we could maybe specify as less reflective, but it would really, the overall structure would be more consistent and more appealing. I think this, even that we're considering this, is jumping through some kind of ridiculous hoops. This is non-appropriate. These Victorian shingles are non-appropriate material for this house by any stretch.
Thank you, Member Rita. Member Larson.
Thank you. In the discussion of trying to replace with something more period appropriate, like a shingle, I think we have come to an understanding here that that's prohibitive to the applicant. Like Anthony said, we already have a portion of this house, large, significant portion, with differentiated siding. And I don't think that it will be a huge a huge detriment to the historic character to put a standing seam metal roof on the historic section, because I do think that we still have that differentiation between the sidings. I don't think that it would be appropriate to change the texture of the metal roof. And performance-wise, the applicant is probably going to get the same results from a standing seam versus the proposed Victorian shingles, which are sold in sheets. They aren't actually shingles. So I think that, you know, we're looking at a practicality here as well as the best design decision.
Thank you, Member Larson. Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for Mr. Strongwater. Is there insulation in the roof?
Yes, we put in a significant amount of insulation. I believe it's R38 or maybe more. I think we have 2x10s that were filled with closed cell spray foam, and there's drywall underneath those.
So I would think that if it can keep out the cold, it would also keep out the warm. I can understand that a dark roof without sufficient insulation would warm up a house, but with the amount of insulation you have, I don't really think that it needs to be a light color so you don't bake. The other comment I would have is I do feel some responsibility to keep the old part of the house within the style that it is. And wood cedar shingles is just not that difficult to do. I have done a fair amount of wood shingles, cedar shingles on houses, and it's not that complex or difficult, and it would be true to the style of the home, true to the history of the home. And these are shingles that are basically brown. If you had a little seawater, they would fade to gray, but I doubt that they would do that here. But I would ask the board to consider, let's at least keep some part of this house historically accurate. And it can be done. And yes, it costs a little bit more. And yes, it would have to be replaced sooner than a standing seam roof would be. It might only last you 30 years. But that's one of the consequences of owning a historic house is, yeah, it sometimes costs a little bit more. And so I would urge the board to consider wood shingles.
May I respond to some of those comments?
Sure.
I would just say that the 5 skylights that we have, which also have interior shades on them, make a significant difference in the temperature of the house. And so in the winter, we're able to keep heat in better with the insulation of those. And in the summer, we're able to, excuse me, in the opposite. In the summer, we're able to keep the sun out, and in the winter, we're able to let the sun in, and it makes a big difference. And that, so I guess I would say that has led me to believe that there would be and we also have a much worse situation in the summer than we do in the winter. And so that had led us to pursue the white color as opposed to a dark one. Again, I'm happy to come back to the board with details on that. And in regard to wooden roofing materials, maybe I would appreciate the names of some folks who might be able to do it locally. I don't know if that's a request that is possible to ask, but it would be quite appreciated if that is a direction that we're pushed in.
Thank you. Member Richard.
Thank you. I agree with Frank. If there's any way to keep a wood shingle on this house, I think that would be preferred. The code actually says that existing roof styles and materials should be maintained whenever possible. It seems like that's a plausible option that would allow you to continue to harvest water safely. I feel like this house is going so far in another direction that I don't, as part of the board that approved your addition, I don't think that was the intent. I think we felt like allowing the standing seam roof in the back for the addition differentiated that from the historic house that we were primarily concerned about. And I feel like the color scheme has been reversed and is even going further in that direction with the white roof proposal. So I feel some responsibility to kind of try to pull it back to what led it to have a contributing status in the first place. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Member Beachide and Member Katz. I agree with you, and I strongly feel that a standing seam roof is far removed from the history of the house. And I would ask or suggest to the board that they not lean towards that, towards a standing seam. I think I agree with Jennifer's comments that we should try to retain the history of this house. And let's hear from other members. Member Larson, did you have something further?
Yeah, just one last thing. I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but I'll just say that there are rustic shingle aluminum roofs that can be looked at. Perhaps that would be a reasonable alternative that would have a similar look and profile to wood without being prohibitive, because wood roofs can be very expensive. And just not, the quality is just not there as it was when this house was first built. So, and the applicant is already interested in an aluminum roof, and the profile may be similar to that standing seam metal, but still differentiated. So that could be something to look into, just staying away from that Victorian kind of style sheet metal roof, and maybe looking at some alternative materials to wood shingles would be appropriate.
Thank you, Member Larson. And I have heard the applicant indicate in a cooperative spirit that he would be willing to delve into or look further into other types of roofing materials. But at this time,
is it possible to respond to that? Is that
yes,
okay?
Absolutely. Yes.
I think one thing that we've attempted to do with this house, despite maybe conflicting design direction in what we, or conflicting opinion about the design direction of the addition that we put on, one thing that we tried very, very hard to do is to be honest to the materials that we were using. And so one thing that I appreciate about the metal shingles that we proposed and some other options in that vein is that they're very honest about the fact that they're metal. And so I do personally, from a design perspective and material honesty, object to the idea of using a faux material to approximate wood. And I would, so I just wanted to relay that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up for public comment this time. Do we have anyone from the public wishing to comment on this case? Let me see what we have here. Stephanie Beninato.
Hi, thank you. Stephanie Beninato. I have to say, I've always loved this house, and I actually like the addition that was done. They definitely have a prolific garden going in the front. However, I do agree with Member Katz and Beachide's comments. I think this is a cottage style that's from the early 20th century. It is not Victorian. I know some people in the 700 block that just replaced their roof, and they did not want to come in and try to convince you to let them do a metal roof. So they did do a shingled roof, and they do harvest water from it and use it in gardens. And it seems to me that if you're concerned about the whatever comes off with that, with the asphalt shingles, that wood shingles, I like the idea of the wood shingles. I think they're more honest for this type of house. And yes, they are going to cost more and they won't last as long, but 30 years is a really long time. It's not like 3 years where you have to come back and replace it. So I'm kind of conflicted. I was first going to come in and go, you know, okay, but having heard the discussion of the board, I do think it's really important to preserve the original style. And having a white roof, you know, again, it's about the insulation. It's really not about the color of the roof. And I would suggest the skylights actually might be more of a problem than not. Again, harvesting water, if you really wanted to harvest water, maybe you can harvest some water that goes to non-food plants, and then the part from the metal roof that goes to the food plants. So anyway, I think, oh, and then the only other thing I would say is that it's not a prevention of hardship to the public or public welfare. This is about an individual house and an individual use. And so I think you really have to look at whether it's a hardship to the applicant not to preserve the wood shingles. The original, what was no doubt wood shingles, whether they're a dark color or a lighter color. And I like the idea of gray and brown. I think it's more appropriate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Eddy? John Eddy? Mr. Eddy?
Yes, thank you. It takes a while for the unmute to come up. I mostly want to say how much I appreciate the very careful, considered discussion that has been taking place on this house. And I think it's an example of how well informed this board is. And yes, there are places where board members may disagree in the approach to things, but I really respect the fact that the communication has been so respectful and considered on this house. Having said that, I would echo the opinion that wood shingles are the most appropriate treatment on this house. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Eddy. Okay, board members, if you have nothing further to say, I will entertain a motion at this time. Member Guida.
Okay, thank you. In case 2020-002355, HDRB 806 Don Gaspar Avenue, I would move that the board postpone ruling on this case until the applicant returns with an updated proposal for roofing materials that may include options as follows. One, a wood shingle roof in the style of the original roof of the house, with the recognition that in 2020 in Santa Fe, that's a bit of an exotic roof material proposal. Two, an asphalt shingle roof that complements the house in color and complements the galvanized metal roof on the addition. And one, it's possible, can be found that isn't treated with antifungals and other chemicals for moss. And then third, a standing seam option that would coordinate with the standing seam that's in the back of the house, but be more matte in appearance. The applicant wouldn't have to present all three options, but options in that range should be considered by this board.
Member Roybal.
I'd like to go ahead and second that motion as presented, please.
And member, okay. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Oh, sorry, can I make a comment before vetting? Is that?
Yes, absolutely.
Do we need to adjust the exception criteria before making, or as part of the motion?
Madam Chair, Member Beachhead, if you're postponing, I don't think it's necessary to address the exception criteria, but it may be helpful to remind the applicant that any new proposal would still need to meet the exception criteria if it's not being replaced in kind. So that may require additional information to try to meet the exception criteria. And if you wanted to make additional comments about concerns you have about exception criteria, you could make that now as part of the discussion.
Thank you. I thought it might be important to document why we are postponing. In my view, it's because not all of the exception criteria have been met with this proposal, but it is particularly number item 2, the hardship to the applicant or the injury to the public welfare has not been demonstrated by the need to install a metal tile roof.
Thank you, Member Beachside. Member
Can I
Cat,
ask a clarifying question about that? Is that appropriate at this time or no?
actually, we're in the middle of a motion and
Okay.
hang on just a moment, okay? Member Katz.
Yes, thank you. I like the motion, but I don't know whether there is a way to make asphalt tiles work. That would certainly be my total preference because that's what is there now. But if they are going to use asphalt tiles, I would hope that they would be the same color as the asphalt tiles that are there. We're trying to do preservation here and not change. Okay.
Right, exactly. Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson,
Yes.
Member Royball.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. Mr. Strongwater, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay, did you wish to make some comments?
Yes, I just had a
Yeah,
clarifying
in
question.
reference to exceptions, maybe?
Yeah, my question was that my understanding is that had we gone with wooden shingle roofing, that we would not require an exception and that this would have been an administrative approval. And so I just wanted to clarify if that means that we would be able to remove our exception and bring it back before the board if desired, or if we would just go through the department.
Okay, well, what is presently there is tar shingles, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
However, we do have testimony that the original roofing was present underneath the tar shingles that were already replaced. The current shingles are non-historic asphalt shingles.
And
The original roofing
the
was wood.
historic shingles were wooden? Or wood shingles?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so I need, Lisa, can you answer the question? You'd have to come back before the board if they're replacing in kind, same color, same type? It's in kind.
If it is in kind, I think it's possible. You know, I think this is one of those, this is issues where staff has to use discretion as to whether the board should review. It's still a material change, even though it's a reversion to a historic state. So I don't know, Madam Chair, you guys tell me.
I personally think that, yes, that you should come back before the board, given the fact that all this discussion that took place this evening, and that we want to make sure that the historicity of the house is maintained. I think that it's appropriate to come back before the board. It might put a little bit of snag, Mr. Strongwater, into the schedule, but that often happens when you live in the historic districts. Member Bienvenue.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. This is just a question that I had earlier. Maybe it's been partially answered, but my question goes more to the exception issue, and that is if the asphalt shingles were replaced, then there wouldn't need to be an exception, would there? Because isn't it the exception only required because it's the existing roof material that's being changed? Proposed to be changed, as opposed to what was there originally on the house?
Yes, my understanding is that the exception is only need to change the roof material.
But the existing roof material, which is tar shingle, correct?
Yes.
Not the, so it seems to me that you would need an exception if it's going to go to the wooden shingles, even though that may have been the original. because that's no longer the
Code
existing.
interpretation is needed. Pardon me, Member Bienvenue. You didn't allow me a chance to actually respond to the question.
Sorry.
The language of the code refers to, in multiple cases, refers to existing, which in my interpretation assumes that what is existing is historic, because why do we have preservation requirements to preserve non-historic materials? That makes no sense to me. So in interpreting this portion of the code, it's a little sticky, as with so many sections of our code. So
Okay.
I don't have a good answer.
No, I understand completely. I was just wondering for my own benefit, because I agree, it's not clear at all to me either, whether or not, what the existing is referring to in a case like this, whether it's the tar shingles or the original wooden shingles, which we supposed to have been there. I'm just asking because I'm just curious what will come back before the board, whether it will be for exceptions or not. But maybe we just wait to see.
Well, I think we need to get, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
For the benefit of the applicant and the staff, we need a clarification on whether the applicant would need to apply for an exception.
Daniel, with all due respect, I think that's a conversation that staff needs to have with the city attorney's office, not for the board.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, I think that's a deeper discussion than can take place this evening. So, we took a voice vote, a roll call vote, and it passed, and I want to thank the applicant. And we'll see you next time that you come before the board, Mr. Strongline. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Next case is Daniel's case, and it's 2020-002357, located at 203 East Santa Fe Avenue. This is a significant house. And Daniel, may we hear your report, please?
Yes. 203 East Santa Fe Avenue is a single-family residential structure listed as significant to the Don Gaspar Historic District. The original structure was built by 1928 in the late Victorian hipped box style out of red brick. It has a steep hipped asphalt shingle roof and 1/1 double hung windows. In addition, an addition was made on the rear north side of the house around 1986 of a similar red brick with a shed roof. And a further addition was added onto this, extending north around 2003 with horizontal white colored siding. Here you can see on the left, the second edition, and in the center, the first edition and the original house on the right portion. These additions have covered over the north facade apart from an 11-foot long section along the northwest corner of the residence, as being shown. The applicant requests the construction of an addition on the north facade, extending from the first addition to within 1 foot of the west corner. So building over that portion of the remaining north wall. The proposed addition would be 10 feet from west to east and 11 feet from north to south. It would be made of brick, differentiated from the original with flat roof of TPO in a tan color, shielded from view by a low parapet with white painted territorial detailing. Can you go back one slide again? So the red or pink portion would be the new addition. The gray is the original house, and then you have the two additions on the right in green and turquoise. The original north facade window would be reused on the north facade, and an identical window would be installed facing west. The fieldstone exposed stem wall foundation would be carried over from the historic structure. You'd have to go back to the photo to show that. 2 exceptions are required for this application. One, to place an addition on a primary facade for section 14-5.2 D2C, and one to remove historic material per section 14-5.2 D1A. The exception criteria and responses are found below. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2 D and E, and they recommends that the exception criteria 14-5.2 D1A and D2C have been met. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Daniel, for your report. Members, do you have, the board, do you have questions for Daniel at this time? Let's see, Member Beachside.
Thank you. I do have a question. I guess I just would like staff's opinion about any impact to the significant status by this addition. And I just asked because we've had this conversation many times about additions, particularly to the rear of significant buildings, which I think is the best possible place to add onto this house, and it's obviously well done and thought through. But I just wonder, in this case, I looked through the package, and in 1993, the historic building inventory survey was done, and the house retained, or maybe was designated as significant at that time. So that was after the first addition, which covered more than half of that rear facade. So I take from that that the addition was not considered to impact its significant status, and possibly this new addition, has a similar, should be viewed similarly. It just seems different to me than some other properties we've looked at where at least more than 1 foot of a facade was still visible on a significant building. So really just seeking some opinion from staff about how they view that in terms of the status retention.
Thank you, Member Beach. I think that the massing of the building is very clear. You can see the hip blocks with or without the addition, and with the addition, that massing is still legible. So I think in that sense, it's, as you say, it's in the rear. It has been differentiated in a number of ways. I don't think that's going to impact the status of the structure.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Member Beachside. Other members of the board have questions for Daniel at this time? Daniel, just as curiosity, does this house have a basement?
I don't know. All right. I'm sure the applicant can tell you.
Okay, thank you. And
it looks like, judging by the, well, I don't know. I was going to say that it looks like there are low windows there that would indicate a basement.
Yeah, that's what. Okay, thank you. If there are no questions, will the applicant please, or applicants please come forward and get sworn in?
That should be.
Is the applicant here?
Hold on a second.
Yes, I see his hand raised. Wayne, can you hear me? Let's see.
Wayne Lloyd.
Wayne, can you? There you go. Hi, Wayne. How are you doing?
They're doing great.
Oh, well, good, good, good. I'm going to ask the stenographer to swear you in.
Okay, I want to swear in Sheb Mirando as well.
Okay, thank you.
I'll swear both of you in. Do you both swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do.
Great. And if you could please state your names and addresses for the record.
Wayne Lloyd, 321 West San Francisco Street. Sheb Mirando, 1410 Hickok Street.
Okay, thank you. Wayne, or
Yes.
is it Maringo? Is that the last name of the other gentleman? I'll just call you applicant number 2 if I'm mispronouncing your name. Excuse me.
Miranda.
Wait, what do you wish to add to staff's report?
Well, there was just a question about whether there was a basement or not. There is, and that same window that's in the basement of the building now is also being used and moved as well into the addition. So both of those windows that you're seeing right there where the handle is are existing windows that will be utilized. Now, let me back up a little bit. The Watsons who have bought this house had every intention when they bought it a number of years ago, wanted to expand this bathroom. They want to age in place in this house. And the existing bathroom is insufficient in terms of its clearances. It probably couldn't get approved under today's codes. But more importantly, as they age in place, they're hoping they're never in a wheelchair, but that's not a given. So this bathroom allows them to have proper distances between the tub and the sinks and toilet that allows them to age in place. That being the case, we certainly didn't want to interrupt the classic pyramid roof or hip roof on this structure. So we kept the addition almost as a flat roof. It has a slight pitch to it. Beyond that, we've talked with Lisa and with Daniel a number of times and really worked on making this be the best fit we could possibly make it. It has a due pass recommendation, and I guess with that, I have little else to add other than to stand for questions.
Yeah, Wayne, is the basement, is that finished? Or is it utility basement?
Parts of it are, parts of it are not. But you mean in the addition, will it be finished?
No. I was just curious to see if the basement was a livable space.
Partially it is. Yes.
Oh, okay. And what is down there in the basement? The livable space?
They have an office that they work out of.
Okay. Thank you. Does the other gentleman want to add anything at this time?
No, Wayne
Not
really
this time?
covered our, yeah.
Okay, let me see what questions the board members have.
Thank you.
Board members, questions for Mr. Lloyd or the other gentleman? Member Guida.
Thank you. Hi, Wayne.
Hello.
Hey, I don't fully understand what's going on with the proposed brick wall and column that are being added alongside the porch.
The front porch?
No, in the back. There's a proposal for replacing an existing, I'm assuming wood guardrail.
They are not wood. Those are actually fiberglass rails, and we are replacing those with wood.
The drawing shows on the proposed west elevation
Yes.
that rail is being proposed with a low brick wall and what appears to be a freestanding brick column.
Yes.
Yeah, and it just has a pergola over top of it. And I think, that really evolved from conversations with staff, that it was a nice way to integrate the two different, basically the historic portion of the property and the more recent addition with the white plaque siding.
Is the pergola shown in the drawings, either in the plans or in the elevation?
Yes.
Yeah, certainly. Perhaps not clear enough in plan for us, but we certainly covered it. I see. We don't have it in the.
I'm not really seeing it.
Yeah. No, it's not in the room plan.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
And it's not in the elevations either, right?
Well,
I think you can see a portion of it. in the-
yeah, I think it's just not, it doesn't present very crisply in the elevations. I would agree with you. Yeah. I wouldn't say it makes a lot of impact in elevation.
Okay.
Yeah, you have the horizontal
Yeah,
lines there.
it's simply a horizontal line.
There's two horizontal lines there, Anthony, and that's the extent of how it's shown. And there's two lines on the north elevation as well.
Okay, okay. I see. So the horizontal members of the pergola would be below the height of that column?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Anything else, Member Rita?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Member Katz?
Oh, I guess I don't have any question now. We haven't had the public hearing yet, have we?
No.
Okay, I'll wait until that's done. Thanks. Sorry.
Any other questions for the applicants members at this time? It appears not. I will ask for public comment at this time. Stephanie Beninato?
Thank you. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. I've been in this house. I love this house when it was in its original form. It was built by Italians. You can tell because of the brick and the catalpa trees. It is really solid and the basement is really beautiful. And that's why you know the house is so solid when you go into the basement. That first edition, I mean, again, I don't know how you really say something significant when you allow additions to these facades because all facades are primary. The first one was small enough, it didn't obscure that back facade completely. Down at the, what is it, the Hotel St. Francis, you allowed recently a small addition for a water whatever that they absolutely had to use for millennials. But that was a very small amount on that. This board has already allowed that white addition, which really doesn't go at all. And now you're using another addition, which is 120 square feet for a bathroom. That is a really, really large bathroom. And aging in place, again, I've said this before, let me say it again, that is not a hardship. Everybody is aging in place. So if you start using that as a criteria for hardship, basically you're going to be giving out exceptions like lollipops. So there has to be more than that. I can see that bathroom is awkward. I've been in there. I've been in the house when it was for sale. I don't remember it being extremely awkward. I would wonder if there's some way inside the house to change the existing bathroom to make it more usable rather than add on a 121 square foot bathroom. So again, I think that it's gonna, I think it loses its significant status. And I'm sorry, but I just feel like the development, it's like so pro-development. There's never a reason to say no to these kinds of additions that significantly change what this house looks like. And the pergola too, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm so tired.
A little past the time.
Can I just finish about the pergola, please?
Quickly.
Is that okay? Yes, thank you. People use pergolas all the time now. They're not common. And why? Why do we need a pergola in addition to the 120 square feet here? It's just a fake sort of character of the house, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another person, Steve Lance, wishing to comment. Would you please swear him in? Melissa?
Yes. Mr. Flans, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Stephen Flantz, for this purpose, 521 Weber Street, Santa Fe 87505.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Steve. How are you doing?
I'm just fine. How are you, Madam Chair?
Doing pretty good. What do you have to tell us about this home? What are your comments?
Well, I'm actually here for your next case, but it seems to be my night. Having aged in place at the in my office next door to this building, I think it's entirely appropriate for our neighbors to be able to make this addition to their to the back of their house. We look right at this property in that perspective. We abut the property, for the record, on Pino Place, which is a little alleyway that runs along the Acequia Madre from Weber Street to Old Santa Fe Trail. So my wife and I have looked at these plans. We didn't expect this on your agenda, but as you know, I've looked at a few plans in my day. And I think what our neighbors are proposing is consistent with the staff recommendation and finding. And so we support it 100%.
Thank you, Mr. Flans. I will go back to the board members. Board members, do you have anything further, any comments or questions? Yes, Mr. Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the addition is not appropriate. I think it would completely eliminate the significant status. You go down Weber Street from Santa Fe Avenue, and the additions, which I don't know how they got approved, but they're there and we work with that. But you don't see it. You see the shape of the original house. And this is kind of like not the back, because this is right on Weber Street.
I have no problem with the addition. I think it makes sense.
And when you look back, the view from the north, looking at the north facade, you can see that, oh yes, I can see what the house was like before it got covered over by these somewhat unfortunate additions. And I would strongly, strongly urge the board to deny this application. I do not think that the exception criteria are met. There is already a bathroom off the bedroom. It may not be as large as they would like. And, you know, maybe in 20 years, maybe they might need a wheelchair. You know, I'm facing these same issues of aging and wondering why I live in a house that has no bedroom on the same level as any bathroom. And it's, you know, well, that's something, we'll cross that bridge if we ever come to it. Maybe we'll never come to it. There are agile 90-year-old people. And so I just think that this is the coup de grace for the significant status of the house. And I urge board members to deny the application.
Thank you, Member Katz. Member Regal. Buddy, you need to unmute if you're going to speak. Buddy, you have the floor.
Thank you. I disagree with Member Katz. I think this is a nice addition. It's a small addition. 120 square feet is not that much. And I understand the exception has been met according to staff, and I agree with the staff. It's important to give people a right to improve their homes and to improve their living conditions. It's been added to, an addition's already added that is really not a significant part of the house. So I am for this, the proposal of adding this extra bathroom and the pergola. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Guida.
Thank you. So I also think that this is fine. You know, I think I have a lot of access to the aging in place justification, but I also, you know, think that, you know, this is a historic structure. I don't think that necessarily means that it should be untouched and that every detail of the building, no matter how insignificant, should be preserved in its existing state. this has already been added onto. It's been added onto in a way that the building, in a manner that the building would have been added onto in its period of significance. So there was, as we see in the older plot plan, a porch or some kind of addition on the back of the house. I think that the original long rectangular addition here, the one that's in the white clapboard siding, is the one that's actually the most sensitive to the original building. It pulls back from the corner a foot or two. It has a flat roof to contrast with the hipped roof of the form, and yet it does have a few details in the cornice and the windows that make it harmonious with the original building, but different. It's almost as if it's reversible. Anybody coming here would know that that was an addition and that the original house was the part with the hipped roof. I think where, and it's a smaller issue, I think an addition in this location is fine, but I would say that this proposal, which is brick clad, you know, I'm all for salvaging the windows and the materials, but I'm a little bit hesitant to say that I'm as in favor of cladding the addition in brick and the foundation in stone to make it appear as part of the original house. My preference would be to add on in the manner of the white clapboard addition and have that line between new and old be very clear. This comes back to my comments from last week about matching. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Member Vita. Member Larson.
Sorry, my speaker or my microphone died just as you called on me. I just wanted to echo Anthony's comments. I entirely agree that this is a compatible addition. I don't think that we're looking at something entirely unreasonable or harmful to the structure. My one suggestion would be to, instead of doing the low brick wall, perhaps doing a railing, just to be more or less intense on the massing increase. I also think that if we can just maybe look into preserving that slight slope of the roof on the west elevation. We can see it in the existing rather than the flat roof. But again, maybe with a siding, it would be more compatible with that horizontal line and profile. And I do believe that the masonry cladding on the foundation is a good option. Seeing that it's a different, I believe in the drawings, it's a different design than the original stone foundation. So that still provides some differentiation while not being just a plain concrete. I'm not sure what the alternatives would be, but I think that you're almost there on this. And I think that you've done the best that you can for making this home work for you while still being sensitive to the historic structure. So thank you.
Thank you. Member Larson, did I understand you to say that you are in opposition to the brick, that you believe it should have the siding? Is that what I understood you to say?
Yeah, I do. I think that even if we're looking at a different kind of brick, it may be more compatible to just completely differentiate and match with the existing addition with a horizontal wood siding.
Thank you for your comments. Member Beachside.
Thank you. I actually agree with the previous comments on the fact that this is a very compatible addition. It's done sensitively. And I understand staff's logic for saying that the additions would not affect the status because you can still distinguish the original structure from the new. But I think my opinion hinges on the impact to status. And in thinking about that, I think if we were to look at this house for status with these additions, I think we would come to a contributing status designation because of the fact that one whole facade is covered by additions. And you know, the code in 1452D1A says if a proposed alteration will cause a structure to lose its significant status, the application shall be denied. And so on that basis, I don't see how, I mean, I think, you know, if it were restatused as contributing, that would be fine, but I don't really know how to reconcile the impacted status of this proposal with the current status that the house has.
So, Madam Chair, to clarify, Member Beachhead is saying that a 120 square foot addition would cause a significant structure to lose its status.
Well, I'm saying that it obscures an entire facade. That's the result of the addition, is that there's 1 foot of the facade left.
Thank you for your comments. Member Katz.
Yes, that's exactly why I felt so strongly, is because it does complete the obscuring of that facade. And then it's not significant anymore. You've completely covered over a primary facade. So it would be reduced to contributing, and I don't think we can or should do that. If there was an urgency for the change, some hardship, I would be more, I would understand, but I don't think it meets the exception criteria. And I think that Jennifer is correct about that it does definitely put in jeopardy the status as a significant building, because you totally obscured one of the facades.
Don't
Thank
you feel that, don't you think that the significant status has already been lost with what is already existing and all the additions on the rear of the house?
It's a little disturbing, but they haven't covered it over. You can still see it. I mean, you still get a feeling for that facade with the amount that you can see now. But that won't be the case if they can completely finish the job.
Thank you. Member Guida.
So I appreciate Jennifer's comment in recognizing, this kind of what exactly, or calling out that there's maybe a tipping point between significant and contributing. I guess, to come at it another way would be to say, like, what we're considering tonight, covering up 1 upstairs window and 1 basement window. Are we saying as a board that the significant status of this building hinges upon the appearance of those 2 details, the visibility of those 2 details? That to me is a funny argument, and I think that there can be allowance, given the history of the development of the property, and given a design solution that allows the original structure to be recognized as historic and separate from the additions, is valid. I don't think that our determination of significance should hang on details. I think, again, they should hang on architecture and the design of the whole. And so for me, covering that up and doing it in a way that's clear what's new and what's old, does not destroy the significance of this building, the significant status of this building.
And Anthony, you're also in Member Larson's camp to not have this addition as brick. Is that correct?
Very much so. Very much so.
Member Beachside.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Anthony and Cecilia, for kind of turning that around, because I think that is a valid argument. That does this sort of decision hinge on the small corner of the house? Like, of course not. But I think what I think would be the proper way to do this is to restatus it as contributing and then approve this addition. And I just get hung up on the language of the code you know, because we're not regularly like assessing the statuses after additions, there's not an opportunity to kind of take stock of what's been done to the house as things happen. And very likely, you know, this, you know, has already lost its significant status.
Thank you. The only thing that runs through my mind when you're saying to maybe re-status the house, and then if this applicant, if these owners or other owners would come before us to try to change other parts of the house in a way that would lose the history of the house. If you, I don't know if you, it's a difficult decision, because if you keep it significant, then you're, in my opinion, you're trying to save all the other sides when this one side, the back of the house, has already, in my opinion, been compromised. Help. Member Katz.
Yes, thank you. Lisa, could you put up the photograph of the rear of the house? I disagree with Anthony that, is there an angled one? Well, no, that's okay. That it's not the window and the two windows. It's a whole, I would say, a third of the back of the house, maybe a quarter, that lets you see what was there. The significance of significant status is that we think every side counts. And just saying, oh, let's just cover it over means that, well, every side doesn't count. Maybe this house only has 3 primary facades and it should be contributing. But I don't think that the code allows us to approve an addition that compromises the status. And I think it should be denied on that reason. And I think that the house definitely loses something from the north, from the south, and from the west by not having that clear view of what the original house was. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Wayne. Listening, Wayne, are you there?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
listening to all the discussion that has taken place, I don't know how this is going to go, but I have a feeling I do know. Do you have any other comments to make, or any changes that you might come back with?
We went back and forth as to whether this should be a brick that is compatible but not matching the existing, or should we do the wood siding that it's already there? I don't think the owner or I have any compulsion to make it brick. We in fact considered both ways. What it does do is cover up an addition that was done that, quite frankly, I don't know how it got approved with all the glass in it. It will cover that up. So we're happy to go to the wood siding that distinguishes and keeps more intact the initial portion of this house. And, you know, quite frankly, there's a split decision on whether the split only within the committee on whether this remains significant or not. The staff believes that it does. I believe that it does. So we've got 2 people who don't. And I think this is a well-studied addition. The staff believes it meets the exceptions. The staff supports this. We worked closely with them to do this. And I think it's a good, legitimate addition.
Okay, and this, the photo that we're seeing right now, I'll ask this to staff. Can you outline what we are no longer going to see? Okay, we're not gonna see that window anymore. How far from there is,
You will see both of those windows. They'll just move out 11 feet. What you won't see is on the facade. You have to, do we have a photograph of the other side?
Yeah, yeah.
There. So what you won't see are those two windows. That
okay,
is
but the window here, the 1/1, that we will see.
That one moves out to the new wall, and the basement window moves out to the new wall. What you won't see are those two windows that you're looking directly at.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. This, the 1/1, that's also gonna go away, correct? Yeah,
Yes. The two that are identical beside each other, closest to the downspout. Yes, you will no longer see those.
right. And plus this other window, the window that is adjacent to those two windows, you're gonna
Madam
be
Chair.
covering that up, correct?
No.
Madam Chair.
You're going to
Yes.
use those windows, and that will become the door into the bathroom.
Madam Chair, the windows on that historic facade are proposed to be reused on the addition. I think that's what the applicant is saying.
Yeah, exactly. But what I'm saying is that window is going to be reused, but it's going to go away. We are no longer going to see what we are seeing right there.
That's right.
Correct. Yes. Okay, Member Benvenu, did you have any comments?
Oh, I've been listening. This is a hard one for me. I agree with everything that's been said, believe it or not. So both sides of the issue. I do think that this addition does compromise the main building. On the other hand, I think it's already compromised on that side of the house. So it doesn't particularly perturb me that there would be yet another addition on the north side of the house, especially a very small one, because to me, the rest of the additions that are already in place on that side have already compromised the historic features of the old house. So I do think that as a technical matter, I'm concerned that this doesn't seem to be allowed for contributing or a significant building. So I do think that the consideration needs to be given to the fact that if it's approved, this doesn't virtually automatically result in a downgrade. So my feeling is that I'm not opposed to the addition as an addition, but I do think that there would have to be some accommodation made to make it fit under the code.
Thank you. So, board members, we have come to the point where I will entertain a motion at this time. Member Benvenu, you have your hand up. Did you want to make a motion? Or
no.
Okay, Member Larson?
Yes, in case 2020-002357 HDRB, address 203 East Santa Fe Avenue. I propose to approve this application as submitted with the condition that the cladding be horizontal wood siding rather than the proposed brick siding. I believe that the exception criteria have been met to place an addition on a primary facade and to remove historic material.
Thank you. Member Roybal?
I want to second that motion, please.
Okay, and Member Guida, did you have something further?
One friendly amendment to change the brick partial height wall and brick column to a wood balustrade, similar to what's there now, and wood column.
Thank you.
Is that acceptable? That is acceptable. There are no further comments or additions to this motion. I will ask Melissa to take a roll call vote. Melissa, will you take the vote, please? Oh, we lost the very
I'm here.
important person in
I
this
am-
place. Oh,
I'm here. Sorry, I thought I had it already unmuted. Member Beatsheif,
No.
Member Bienvenue,
No.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz, Vice Chair Katz,
No.
Member Larson,
Yes.
Member Roybal.
Yes.
Madam Chair, there is a tie, so I would ask for your vote.
okay. I just have a question for Member Benvenue. I thought he wasn't going to put me in this situation. I was confused. Oh, I was feeling anxiety already about this. Okay, I am going to vote in favor of the motion, and I will tell you why. Even though my preservation self is telling me this is maybe not correct, I think that the addition is not that big, and maybe we can, the fact that Jennifer and Frank and other members brought up the fact that this is a significant house. I don't know, maybe we'll have to revisit it to downgrade it or have a deep discussion as to whether it should remain significant or downgraded. I don't know. But I feel that the additions have been made in the back, and I felt that the applicants did meet the exception criteria. So I'm going to vote yes on this one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion has been approved.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I make one request? And that is that the revised drawings be submitted to staff for approval prior to submitting for permit.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Okay, the last case this evening is located at St. John's, in the area of St. John's College. And this case is 2020-002194, located at 1160 Camino de Cruz Blanca. This is in the Historic Review District. And Lisa, it is your case, so may we hear your report.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. I need to recuse myself on this case again.
Okay, let the record show that Member Guida is leaving and not participating in this case. He is recusing himself. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Just one moment, Madam Chair. I'm just going to invite Dan Esquivel to join the conversation so that he can add his expertise to the discussion. So, Madam Chair, members of the board, 1160 Camino de Cruz Blanca comprises the campus of St. John's College. On June 23rd, 2020, the applicant came before the HDRB to propose construction of a 75-foot tall monopine telecommunications tower on the campus. The purpose of the tower was to provide improved telecommunications capability for emergency services and first responders, as well as enhanced personal wireless service in the surrounding area. After discussing the merits of the project, the board requested additional information regarding alternative locations that were considered and to better demonstrate that the proposal represents the least obtrusive option to close the gap in cell coverage for the area. On July 14th, 2020, the board provided extensive additional information, but the board felt that there was too much uncertainty regarding the proposed location as a result of the need for further discussion with the neighbors. They postponed the case for up to 30 days to allow for additional time. Now the applicant returns to the board to propose alternative siting and design options for the cell tower. after having made efforts to reach agreement with a group of neighbors. An agreement has not been reached. However, the following 3 options are presented for the board's consideration. And they're depicted on the locations of the options are depicted on the map on the screen. Option 1, a bell tower design located further south from Camino de Cruz Blanca. The proposed tower is 80 feet in height and features the St. John's College name and logo. This is the schematic that was provided as part of the application. Option 2, a territorial revival style watchtower structure located slightly further south than option 1. The design of this tower would be similar to an existing watchtower on St. John's College campus, and the height is unspecified, but will attempt to match the height of the surrounding trees and buildings. And finally, option 3, an 80-foot tall monopine located further south and east of the originally proposed location in an undeveloped area that the applicant feels would minimize its visual impact. Under the Santa Fe City Code, section 14-6.2E, the telecommunications facilities, the Historic Districts Review Board must review the telecommunications application for compliance with the design requirements of section 14-5.2 for historic districts and relevant subsections of 14-6.2E, and to ensure that the applicant has demonstrated that no other less intrusive means or alternative to the proposed telecommunications facility siting is practicable. The applicant has provided lengthy discussion in the packet regarding the decision-making process around the siting of the facility. And I would add to that the applicant has taken several opportunities to meet with neighbors of the property. And we can ask the applicant to describe those in more detail. In terms of the design standards of section 14-5.2, staff has determined that the application is subject to the height limits and scale requirements as specified in 14-5.2 D9, and that the design of the structure must adhere as closely as practicable to the design standards for the Historic Review District. The maximum allowable height for the site is 16 feet. Because the proposed tower height of up to 80 feet in this case, depending on which option is chosen, far exceeds the maximum allowable height for the site. A waiver is requested as specified in section 14-6.28C, and the waiver criteria and responses are provided in the packet. Staff is deferring again to the board as to whether all the criteria for a waiver for the maximum allowable height have been met for section 14-6.2 E8C, but otherwise recommends approval of the application and compliance with 14-5.2 D and I for the Historic Review District. And I stand for questions. I'm going to invite Dan Esquivel, Senior Planner with the current Planning Division, to join me in responding to questions from the board. He has been in contact with Sean Milks, the applicant, as well, and has a great deal more technical expertise when it comes to telecommunications applications. So he's here to support the conversation.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Lisa, 3 options are being presented to us this evening. Of the 3 options that are being presented, which one, in your opinion, is the least intrusive? Or do you have an opinion?
I don't really have an opinion, Madam Chair. That's why I deferred to the board. I think for me, this is a difficult decision because there's not a great deal of information provided that shows that all other options have been exhausted for the property. We don't know how high the proposed territorial revival watchtower would be. The bell tower is exceedingly high. I'm not sure that that's appropriate. The board may feel otherwise. I do think that moving the monopine to this slightly further location from the road is better than the location that's immediately at the but I think this is a difficult decision And that's evidenced by the inability to come to any kind of agreement with the surrounding neighbors as well. So I don't know if that helps at all, but that's sort of how I'm thinking of it. These cases are notoriously difficult to apply historic district standards to a telecommunication facility. And the way that the legal parameters around a telecommunications proposed make it very difficult. So I don't know what else to say but that.
Right. So Lisa, obviously the biggest obstacle, I would say, in looking at this project, in judging this project, is obviously the height. It is extremely high. So where they are proposing the tree, can they also, is that the least, I mean, I don't think that any of them are least visible because they are all so tall. I mean, 75 feet is quite tall. I don't know that it cannot be seen from any public way, correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair. All options, I believe, would be visible from a public way. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here.
Right. Do you know that what the height of the tallest building is as a reference there at St. John's?
I don't know the answer to that question, Madam Chair, and I wouldn't want to speculate.
But obviously, that happens to be the biggest problem that we have, is that this that what we are viewing tonight, that what we are judging tonight, is extremely tall. Let me hear from other board members.
In terms of the other buildings on St. John's campus, they are quite a distance from the road. And so anything that you see proposed in this location, which I think has been deemed to be, this general location is deemed to be most advantageous for the tower, is going to appear much larger than the campus, just because of that distance, the difference in distance away from the road. So
Lisa, do you happen to know what the average height of the trees in that area where the different options are being cited?
I don't know, Madam Chair. I would hate to speculate. I will say that generally pinon juniper forests are quite a bit lower than 80 feet in height.
Yeah, that we know, but I was just wondering if you happen to know the average height.
I don't.
Was there anywhere else where this proposal could be placed without it being a visual burden, or is it going to be, because of its height, that's an impossibility?
Madam Chair, I just don't know, because it's a very large campus, and I'm not familiar enough with the other options that have been explored. We were provided with a map of other proposed sites that were discussed as part of the project planning around this proposal. But I just am not familiar enough with each of those proposed locations to be able to say.
Okay, thank you. Also, in reference to the watchtower, option number 2, your report says, quote, height is unspecified, but will attempt to match the height of surrounding trees and buildings. Does that mean that it's going to be lower than the 75 feet?
Madam Chair, I think we need more clarification from the applicant on that, because that is what was stated in the communication that I received from the applicant. However, on this map, it does indicate that it would be an 80-foot watchtower. So,
okay, thank you, Lisa. We have other questions from Buddy.
Yes. My biggest concern, of course, is the neighborhoods and what they have to say. If they have not been able to meet and have an agreement, I really am going to have a hard time choosing any of the options because of, again, the neighbors associations are very strong in this area and they really need to be a big part of this approval, if there's any approval at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Katz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at the graphic that's being displayed, there are trees on the campus. If you look at the bottom part of the photo, to the left of those parking lots, there's a copse of trees. Yeah, right there. Those trees are tall and could do a better job hiding most of whatever is there. My concern is that we're supposed to get a, what do they call it? A search ring. And I have no idea, we've never been given the search ring. So we don't know what the options are. And the other thing that concerns me is that the really important player isn't here, St. John's. They say, oh, we don't want to put it by the West dormitories because it's ugly. And we don't want to put it by the East dormitories because it's ugly. And, you know, they're the ones who benefit most from this. And I think they may need to be a little bit more flexible in allowing it to be further off the road. I mean, they're perfectly happy to put it right in front of the neighbors across the street. You can see all of the houses that would be looking right at it. And I just find that not very acceptable. I'm also curious about a whole bunch of the, and I have questions which I will ask the applicant, but why not the water tower? And which water tower? There are 2 water towers up there. And how come those neighbors get to say, oh, we don't want it there, whereas we ignore the Los Miradores, where there are many more people that would be affected. And if they did use the water tower, the water tower is quite a bit higher and probably wouldn't need to have anything up on it. It could just go pretty much right on the edge of the water tower. And so I'm really puzzled by it. I know that our only decision here is whether we have considered the other alternatives. I'm not sure, and we may need help from Sally on this, what considering the other alternatives. Yeah, we thought about it and we didn't like it. Tough. I mean, don't they have to have a good reason to reject these? And I'm not sure that we're getting answers that are very satisfactory. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Katz. Member Benvenion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question for Dan Esquivel. Is he in the chat?
I am here.
Hi, Dan. So one of the problems we have, at least from my perspective in reviewing this application now for the 3rd time, is a lack of technical competence to review the information that's being given to us about what the gap is and what is necessary to close that gap. I should back up and say I don't think we've been given enough information on that, but even if we had, it's difficult for us to evaluate it. So perhaps you can help explain from the city's perspective. Have you been involved in reviewing the technical data that has been provided by the applicant with respect to both what they contend the gap is that is attempted to be filled and what the minimum, I suppose, signal strength would need to be in order to fill that gap? And then thirdly, what would be the minimal intrusive option to reach that signal strength?
That's a pretty interesting question. I mean, most of the information that is provided was relative to 1452. The Planning Commission the applicant has not made an application to the Planning Commission yet, which will address the majority of 1460E, which covers a lot of the information that you're requesting. the signal strength in and of itself is kind of an interesting prospect. I don't know quite how to explain that. Within every phone, you have dB levels, dB in millimeters, and then you got an ASU, arbitrary signal unit strength. The lower the dB level is, the better the signal strength. The higher the ASU value, the better the signal quality is. A lot of that depends on what that tower is putting out, how far that tower is going to go, and how close you are within range of that tower. So finding out what the minimal signal strength is probably something that is going to have to be answered by an RF engineer to determine what it is that they're trying to achieve in that area, as opposed to trying to figure out how to minimize an area of coverage. I just don't know how that's how they would regulate that. I guess they would associate that with the amount of power that goes out of those antennas. I don't know. I'm not an RF engineer to actually answer that question. I do know that, you know, the bars on your phone is relative to the dB levels. The true value is within your phone, and if you have an Android, it's in the about section. I'm not quite sure where it is on the iOS, and that is based on how far you are from the tower or other towers. The further away you get from a tower, the lower the bars get, or the higher the dB level gets on your phone, and the faster your battery goes down because it's trying to hit that signal. So for everybody who's away from a tower, your battery is putting out an enormous amount of electromagnetic frequency in order to reach the tower itself to maintain that signal. And when you're so far away from that tower that you're getting close to another tower, there's a seamless handoff that goes to a secondary tower so that you can maintain your phone call without dropping it. The search ring itself is just an area whereby the applicant is looking to cover, and within that search ring are valid areas that they feel within this area, we feel we're going to be able to at least maintain the quality of signal strength between this tower and the people they're trying to serve and other towers that they're trying to connect to, so that they can maintain a network. You know, and there are various ways in urban areas. You know, those towers are going to see each other and they regulate the strength so that they don't crash into other signals, because they only have so many frequencies. And what they do is they use those frequencies repeatedly. And that's where you get the cell. So you might have a channel 1, as you know, and 2 and 3 and on one cell tower, and you might have channels 4, 5, and 6 on another cell tower. And then maybe a mile away, they're going to reuse channels 1, 2, and 3, but they're going to regulate that power so that those signals aren't going to crash with it, and you're not going to get a bad signal because you're dealing with the same signal strength. So they rotate those signals in order to cover a city. And as you get more and more people living in an urban area, they break those towers down so that they can handle the capacity for that given area for the amount of people that are living. In rural areas where they don't have the ability to connect to fiber or maybe a good strong internet service, you know, they're going to transfer that data using microwaves. And, you know, it works. A lot of those areas out there will be able to have that data transfer and communicate using microwaves. Here, they'd have to figure out which tower has microwave antennas, or see if they can add microwave antennas to existing towers. I don't know if there's enough room inside that chimney that they're trying to hit at the St. John's College to actually add a microwave, and how much interference the fiberglass material would restrain as that microwave tries to get through it in order to get to the antenna itself. And they're both receivers and transmitters so that they can transmit and receive data back and forth so that people can have that seamless coverage. So it's really hard to tell and explain how you would regulate coverage and what the minimal decibel levels would be for an area that they're trying to cover. I don't know if I can explain
Okay.
a lot of that.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Do you know whether or not when this goes before the planning commission, whether or not we'll have technical expertise on our side to determine whether to review the data that's being provided by the applicant?
Typically, we're going to rely on the engineers. Neither myself nor the city does not, at the present time that I know of, contract out to any kind of RF engineers.
Okay.
Or any of that. I know
Okay.
that, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, that's all I had for now. I'll ask the other questions for the applicant.
Thank you, Member Bienvenu. I will ask, unless Mr. Esquivel has anything further to add at this time. I'm sure, Mr. Esquivel, there will be other questions that the board members will ask of you. Did you have anything else to add at this time?
No, ma'am. I'll just wait for questions.
Okay, thank you. Could you please swear in the applicant or applicants, Melissa?
Madam Chair, I think Member Roybal has his hand raised.
I don't know if he forgot to put it down. Member Roybal, did you have a question?
No,
No,
he's not.
I guess that's a no. He's muted and yeah. Okay.
Thank you. My apologies.
Okay, thank you. I had figured that maybe. Okay, Melissa, could you kindly swear in the applicant?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Hello, is the applicant present?
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
He is muted. Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me, Lisa?
Yes.
Okay, and we also have Kevin Winter, who is my business partner and actually met with the neighborhood representatives a couple weeks ago. So we need to swear him in as well.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Winter, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And when you speak, please state your full name and address for the record.
Great. It's Kevin Winter, 1116 Bonatera Place Northwest in Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87114.
And Melissa, did you swear the other gentleman? Did you swear?
I did, but he didn't respond. Mr. Milks, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Sean Milks, 205 Tierra de Corrales, New Mexico, 87048.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mills and Mr. Winter. You have the floor at this time. What do you have to tell us? Spill it all out. Tell us about the different options that you are proposing this evening. Which one do you feel is the least intrusive? And also in the watchtower one, I think you indicated that it would be compatible to the trees around it. And I'm gonna guess that all of them are extremely tall at the same height, correct? The 75 feet.
Yes, that's correct. So we are presenting to the board 3 different locations, as well as 3 different options of site type. So, looking at it, meeting with the neighborhoods, we feel the least obtrusive site is option 3, which is the 80-foot monopine. If the monopines were the same height the RF signal would be blocked. And so unfortunately, you know, the sites have to be above the any trees that would block them. And so, you know, although we would love to make it invisible, it's just not simply the case. It is just part of our everyday life, with whether it's power poles and or cell towers. And so it's option 3, monopine, would be the least obtrusive in our opinion. But of course, we are flexible and would want to hear from the board to see if what your thoughts were.
Mr. Meltz, would you describe the bell tower and the watchtower in terms of their height and width? Yeah, tell us more about the detail of what exactly you are proposing.
This is Kevin. I might jump in and address that, just because when we built this this bell tower before in Albuquerque, and so it's a 3-legged tower. The legs are hollow, and the cables are able to be run inside the legs, so they're not seen from the outside. The St. John's College sign or signage is a fiberglass covering. It's made of radio frequency translucent material. So on the outside, we could put the name of the college or any logo that they have, but then behind that, the antennas are shielded from view. And so to, you know, the large majority of the general public, this wouldn't appear to be a cell tower. It would appear to be, you know, a bell tower, which with the college logo and signage is, you know, sort of a community feature that we built in the past that we came up with near the parking lot. And as you look across the valley, you look into the St. John's campus in the background. And so obviously the tower is in the foreground. And so that's why we thought that that would be an appropriate bell tower design. The legs are 80 feet tall. They're hollow steel. It's a non-tapered leg. And so the entire structure is self-supported with 3 legs and then cross bracing at the top to house the antennas and the radios.
Okay, so this one actually to the highest part is 80 feet, correct?
Correct. It's 80 feet. It's 75 feet to the middle of the antennas, but then all the antennas and the radios can be shielded behind the sign. And so you do see these in Albuquerque. They're approved in view corridors, and they're approved in, you know, sort of visually sensitive areas such as this.
And then can you go to the watchtower? Can you tell us about the watchtower?
So the watchtower is sort of a unique proposal that we've been working on. This is the architect's rendering. And so just so the board is aware, we've engaged a local Santa Fe architect should this option be chosen, because, you know, I don't think we've sort of established that this height, you know, the 75 or 80 feet, there's really no location that's going to hide or shield or not see this tower. And so really the idea is to blend it in, you know, with the community features. And this St. John's Watchtower is something that we came up with, you know, with the architect in looking at what's already there. And so it would be, if you want to go, yeah, there we go. So that was the inspiration for the tower. It would be a 4-legged tower. It would be an open, you know, watchtower view at the top where the antennas and the radios would be located sort of in plain view. And so it would be sort of interesting when the technicians were working on the tower, on any of the equipment, they would actually be up there and they would be seen from, you know, from the ground. And so, you know, trying to accentuate the buildings, the architecture that's already there by coming up with this same design. Obviously the function is to conceal and hide the antennas, but the location sort of, you'd be able to stand at the parking lot and see both towers. Obviously the one in the foreground would be much, you know, taller than the one in the background, but at least it would look like it belongs there. And so that was put there intentionally, and it wouldn't necessarily be out of place. And so again, you know, it's not made to hide it. You can see that the white paint actually has it stand out more against the trees. So you would definitely see it, but what you're seeing, you know, in our architect's opinion and some of the designers we work with, it's more of a beautiful, obviously tower than a steel monopole, which is what we typically have. So that's the concept of the 4 or 3-legged watchtower there.
And the materials that are going to be used for this watchtower are similar to what is existing there at St. John's?
Yeah, the tower itself is at the top of the building, and so we could look at building an external facade, but I think the idea would be to keep it open. And so it would be steel and fiberglass construction. If you go back to the rendering, you can see where the base would be open, and so you'd see through the bottom of it. And then we'd have some structural steel at the midpoint, and then at the top is where we'd have the platform where AT&T's equipment would be installed. And so obviously, again, it's something unique to this area that we would build as a community feature. And while it would not be unnoticeable, it would look like it belongs there rather than some of the designs we came up with.
Also, you did have an opportunity to meet with the neighbors, correct?
I did, yeah.
You did not reach a consensus with them, it appears.
Well,
I'm wondering what happened.
Well, we had a very good discussion, and I think a lot of it just comes down to not just the type design. And it's the hard thing. It's hard to get a consensus, if you will, on anything. If we thought that one of these designs was superior to another, I mean, Sean mentioned the monopine. We think that's the least visually intrusive just because of its location. We've done lots of monopines, and those are in wooded areas. Again, obviously the height is disproportional to the surrounding trees, but again, we're not trying to hide it in the other trees. We're trying to just put it there as sort of a naturally occurring, away from any buildings. So I just think there's so many different opinions that we've had looked at. And so we're open to any ideas. I mean, that's what we're asking for is, we just need some guidance or some feedback. We don't want to get into the technical discussion of why we need it. We feel like we've already provided lots of, documentation and support to that. We've demonstrated a need. There's obviously the landowner has a very large impact on what they, where they want to locate it. These 4 locations are all acceptable, with the college. And so we worked at great lengths with, the neighbors and anybody that's asked to come up with some designs. And so, we couldn't reach a consensus because I don't know that there will be a consensus, but we just want to, again, get some feedback. And if there's, something that we haven't addressed, we're happy to address it. But at the end of the day, at some point, we just need to pick one that we can take into the planning process, because we've delayed that for up to 90 days in trying to come up with the best, least obtrusive design.
And in any of the 3 options, would it be possible to reduce the size of any of these and get sufficient, get a good amount of coverage, maybe not the optimum amount of coverage, but get some kind of coverage? Because I know that I've been in that area and it is lacking, obviously, in coverage, and I've heard other people indicate the same thing. But have you delved into that, trying to lower these options to see if they would be more compatible with the area, perhaps more in harmony?
Yeah, we've looked at that at length, and the elevation above the ground is 75 feet. And so that's where you're seeing 80-foot monopines. And so one way to lower is to lower the ground elevation. So the proposed monopine near the road is the same elevation as option 3. So from a ground level perspective, they're equivalent. And so the heights above the ground is equivalent. So that's why we're kind of neutral on those 2 locations. As we start going closer to the college, I think one of the commissioners mentioned that there's taller trees down near the bottom of the ravine. Well, that makes sense. That's where the water flows. That's where the trees, would grow taller. But that's also where you lose, 30 to 40 feet elevation. And so for every foot in elevation that we would lower it, you're almost looking at a 1-to-1 ratio of having to raise the height of the structure. And now, because moving it to the other side of the parking lot, it lowers it 5 feet, but we still meet the clearance to have line of sight to the other Methodist church, St. John's Methodist Church. So it would be 5 feet lower there. And then obviously option 2, which is the watchtower, it's 10 feet lower than the road option, with the same height, an 80-foot watchtower. So that actually is 10 feet lower of elevation. And so at that point, it starts to get real marginable on what the coverage would be. So anything lower than 75 feet, we do start to lose those signals. And so we're trying to maintain, you know, the objective.
So you're telling me that you have to have it at this height. That is, there is no other option but to have it at this significant, very high towers. Is that correct?
I don't know that I would say there's no other option, because, you know, we could build 4 towers in and among the community and have lower towers. But I think the goal is to have the least visually intrusive. So instead of having 4 attendees by, you know, presumably 4 times as many residents, we would pick one location that minimizes the total, you know, the total impact. And so that location is a high 75 feet for the AT&T FirstNet service that's being proposed as the first carrier on this tower.
And when you're talking about lower towers, what height are you talking about?
Well, the technology exists that you could put them on a light pole. You can put them, like we had mentioned, on top of buildings. It's just in this particular valley, it's sort of limited on the options. Everything is residential, and we have not seen, you know, antennas on rooftops of houses. And so typically that's where these standalones come into play. And so for one structure to cover the entire coverage objective, this is the preferred location at the allowable height of 75 feet.
Thank you. And by the way, you're kind of breaking up. Some of your words were breaking up a bit. So I don't know if you need to be closer to the mic or what. But I'm going to call on Member Katz. He has his hand up. Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this is so hard because there seem to be so many variables that it's very hard to figure out what would be best. I think that certainly from what we've heard from the neighbors, and I believe that many of us on the board have a reaction against the very tall, very fake looking monopine. Not fake looking, it's actually nicely done if it were among trees of that same size, but there aren't any trees at that same size except where I pointed out at the very close to the parking lots by the school, where you have proposed the locations. I guess there are 4 locations highlighted on this graphic, the original and the other 3. There are no trees anywhere near that size. I mean, if they're 20-foot tall trees, I'd be surprised in those areas. And you've been there, you've seen that, you know that. One question is, what's wrong with the water tank? It's at a higher elevation, so
yeah, it's too high. And so similar to why we don't put sites on top of the Sandia Mountains or on very high locations, is because it will shoot over, the signal will shoot over into the other part of Santa Fe, and there'll be cross talk. And so the original thought, years ago was that the higher the better, but with 4 and 5G, everything is more condensed. And so our RF department shot that down immediately and said there's just no way to control the RF signal. And that really would have made our life a lot easier, because we could have painted the antennas to match green, and we could have put all the carriers up there and no one really would have cared because you couldn't have seen it. But unfortunately, it is too tall, and like I said, the RF signal just shoots over the valley, and there's it just won't work.
What's the elevation of the water tower?
Let's see. I have that
on one of the alternative maps.
Yeah.
The thing with the elevation, it's also the location. So it's along the side of a hill. And so 2 of the sectors we're trying to cover are 120 degrees and 240 degrees on a compass. So if 0 is north, we're trying to cover 120 degrees, which would be to the southeast, and then 240 degrees. Well, because it's on the side of a hill, those two sectors are blocked. In other words, the only sector that's viewable would be the 0 degrees to the north. So it's blocked by the side of the hill.
And it wouldn't be blocked in these other locations? That hill is in back of St. John's.
Yeah, it's not blocked where the locations are here, because you can see that if you shoot the 120 degrees, it goes up into the neighborhoods. And at 240 degrees, then it covers the campus and the other neighborhoods to the southwest.
The neighborhood to the southwest.
Here's part of the issue. There's so many variables, as you mentioned. And so we've tried to eliminate some of the variables that can't be done. We're not here to talk about a water tank. We're not here to talk about, you know, every possible alternative. We really want to narrow it down, and that's what we've tried to do to these 4 locations. We've, you know, worked with the landowner to try and identify alternatives that aren't as close to the road, that wouldn't be as visible to the neighbors or the road. And so we really kind of like to focus on these 4 alternatives, because the landlord won't lease space on some of the other sites. And so while the neighbors might prefer another location, that's not an option for us. So these 4 options are realistic options that we can engineer, design, and build and lease. And so that's why we really wanted to kind of focus on what's doable, and not, you know, part of my meeting with the neighbors is, you know, just explaining to them, educating them why we couldn't go down by the gym, why we couldn't go by the dorms, all the other, you know, why not theirs. We feel like we've addressed that, and we've tried to eliminate, you know, non-starters and just focus on what is feasible. And these 4 sites to us are feasible.
Why can't you go by the dorms?
Well, there's a secure campus. And so there's not a lot of dorm rooms that would want to have, you know, service technicians coming in and doing night work with views into the 2nd-story windows is one example.
Yeah, and the college will not lease us space. They don't want it near the dorms. They don't want, you know, men at 3 o'clock in the morning when there's an outage, climbing the tower, and it just wasn't allowed. And so
I understand that. That's fine. I mean, if the college says no, I understand that.
Yep.
Talk to me about the idea of having 4 or 5 lower towers scattered in the neighborhood. What's the problem with that?
Well, if we're going to try and do the least obtrusive, you know, that really isn't solving the problem.
Yeah, wait a minute. That's sort of, you may not think so, but if it's the same height as a telephone pole,
it won't be. It has to be very close to the elevation that AT&T and FirstNet is requiring right now. They're telling us, you know, in order to meet the coverage objective of the college, the neighborhood, and the, you know, be able to communicate with the other sites, the elevation, or the rad center, the radius center is what they call it, has to be at 75 feet. And so AT&T might be
from the ground there. How about other places? Maybe you could have one tower on one antenna on the water tank, and it could get one sector, and then you could put another tower down by the athletic field that doesn't have to be any taller than a light pole, and it can get that southwest center that you want. What's the problem with doing those?
Well, now you're talking about a small cell project, and
Yes.
yeah, that it's not feasible. I know.
Why?
It's because you're talking about needing probably 20 different sites that are smaller, and they just simply won't do that. You need to have one site that is locally with all of the BTS cabinet equipment that goes into one location, and then, you know, blast the signal from there. Having small cells. Yeah, we
Does
looked at
AT&T
that.
do the small cell anyplace?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do they do the small towers anyplace?
There's some in San Francisco. There's small cells in like NFL stadiums, baseball stadiums, stuff like that, where capacity is overwhelming when there's so many users, but not anywhere that I'm familiar with in New Mexico.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Member Katz. Member Benvenu.
Thank you. My question, I think, was just answered. Also wanted to follow up on the 4 smaller towers issue. What you started to say, I think, that even with 4 towers, they would need to be a certain height, not much less than the proposed 80-foot high monopine. What would that height be?
Well, right now, AT&T is all we really are concerned with, and their RF propagation studies, which you have, show that the radius center, in order to meet the coverage objective as well as the capacity objective, is 75 feet. When you start building 4 towers, you're not getting any vertical separation from Verizon, from AT&T, from T-Mobile, now T-Mobile Sprint. And so the antennas work traditionally on a vertical separation with AT&T at 75, Verizon at 65, and maybe T-Mobile at 55. And ultimately, each carrier has different frequencies. And so, and different technology, plus their sites are in different locations. That's why when Kevin was talking about the azimuths, they're all skewed, they're all different. With a tree, you can have every single carrier have different azimuths on that, and you won't even see it because the antennas are covered by the branches and the fronds. And so if you were to have 4 65-foot trees, they are going to have, the signals are going to run into each other. And so it's going to be extremely difficult to have an antenna farm, is what they call it. And in fact, there's zoning laws that prevent these farms from occurring. And the least obtrusive site, again, is one site that all the carriers utilize.
Okay, because I was wondering, when you say 4 smaller height structures, that could not include 4 light poles, for example, in the parking lot then. Is that correct?
No, it couldn't.
Or even 10 or 15 light poles?
I don't know the number exactly, but
because the light poles are all there, and it would just be a matter of putting an antenna on them, right?
Yeah, but
okay.
each light pole can only have 1 antenna. So you're talking about 9 antennas, possibly 12 from AT&T, the same amount from Verizon, the same amount from T-Mobile, Sprint, and so,
okay.
Yeah.
I see. So and just to follow up on the 75-foot height requirement, when you say it has to be 75 feet high, do you mean no matter what location it's in, or do you mean from a specific elevation line topographically?
So the propagation studies, which is directly from the AT&T RF system, basically when they flew the drone and took the pictures and propagated it in, that was for the original location. As Kevin mentioned earlier, as you get into lower elevations, for instance, option 2, which is about 10 feet lower, you have to kind of make it up with the tower, the height. So the location, the original location, was the shortest tower that covered 99% of the college as well as the neighborhoods to the north. and still covered the high school and completed the line of sight with the St. John's location as well. St. John
Okay.
Methodist Church, yeah.
So the conclusion you just gave is the answer to the question that I've asked in the last couple of meetings, which is what is the lowest possible height that gives you the coverage, that fills the coverage gap that you're trying to fill. And so you just now said this is the lowest possible height, but that must mean that you did an analysis to show that a lesser height would not fill the gap. Is that something you can share with us?
I don't have it, but I can potentially ask it from the AT&T RF engineer. Yeah, 'cause they
I
don't
mean, to me, it's the most important question that's facing us, because we're supposed to decide what is the least intrusive alternative,
Right.
which means in this case, could it be 60 feet high instead of 80 feet high? And I know you've said no, but that's just a conclusion with no data to back it up. And we need something to be able to say, yes, if you took it down 20 feet, it would no longer meet the coverage objective. So if you can
I
provide
can tell you
that.
that I'm being told that if it's lower, they won't build it because it does not meet their coverage objective. They will not spend, $300,000-$400,000 on a site if it's not going to meet their coverage objective. So we basically, they understand that this is a very unique site, that it has to be as short as possible. And the engineers with their technology have said, this is the shortest tower we can put out here. And if it's any shorter, it's probably not going to work as well.
And we're sensitive to the heights. That's why on the monopine, the antennas can't be at the top of it. They can't be at the 80 feet, because then it's, picture a Christmas tree with like the top of it being, the antennas, you'd see them. And so with the tree design, if you want to go to the engineering drawing of the tree, the antennas are actually lower than the top of the 80-foot tree. And there's 5 feet of branches on the top. And so we said, well, if we can lower it by 5 feet by going to a bell tower, see, the antennas don't go to the tip of the tree. The tip of the tree is at 80 feet, the top 75 feet, and it's 70 feet above the ground. But if you go to the bell tower design, the bell tower allows us to push the antennas up to the very top of the structure, so they're at the top of the legs. So we can give up that 5 feet of branches that we wouldn't need in height by pushing, the surface to a flat surface for the bell tower. And so trust me, we spent, painstaking time and effort to try and figure out a way to lower the overall height. But I mean, 20 feet is, like Sean said, significant, but 5 feet, we've really worked to cut 5 feet off of the bell tower. And then I think we can lower another 5 feet off of the watchtower, because we'll put the radios lower than the antennas, and we'll put the antennas at the very top of the structure. And so again, we've made, concessions to try and come up with design engineering alternatives, which would lower the overall structure height, but still achieve that minimum objective.
Right, I understand. Not to beat a dead horse, but the minimum, the height that you're trying to meet is given to you by a customer of yours, AT&T, because that's their business judgment decision, which is a different decision that we're facing, which is this the least obtrusive alternative to meet a significant gap in services?
You're 100% correct, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other board members wishing to ask questions at this time or make comments? And it appears not, so I will open it for public comment. And I will tell everyone that you are limited to 2 minutes to speak. And Melissa will have to swear all of you in, so you can all sign in. I'd appreciate it. We are going to.
Madam Chair, may I just also note for the record that we did receive some timely written comments that were submitted to the board, distributed to the board And some of them are included in the packet. It came in earlier and was sent out by email, but I just want to note that the board did receive the comments from Stephen Durkovich, Bob Snow. Those were by email. And then in the packet, there's comments from a group of neighbors, Robert Snow, Stephen Durkovich, Steve Flats, Hannah McCaughey, Philip Stern, James Polk, and Daryl Coleman. So I just want to note that those are also part of the formal record.
This will be part of the formal record. Thank you, Sally. And probably I'm going to guess that they were all in opposition. I'm going to guess. If I don't know whether you've read them at this point, but and I think that some of the people that signed some of those letters or comments or emails, they will be speaking here this evening. So I will call on the first person, who is Joe Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson, can you hear me? Mr. Ferguson?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Okay, yes.
Yes.
If, Melissa, the stenographer, will swear you in, and then we will hear your comments.
Okay,
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Joe Ferguson, 2232 Wilderness Arroyo.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ferguson. What do you have to tell us this evening?
2 minutes is plenty. I, first of all, just represent myself, although I'm familiar with the thinking and some of the surveys in the Wilderness Gate Homeowners Association and everybody down El Camino Cruz Blanca. I don't want to represent them. I love the idea of the tower as an individual and as a citizen of Santa Fe, because we have nothing up here. We have no sewer, water, cable, DSL in some cases. NM Surf has got us internet, and that helps a lot, but we really need cell coverage. And in fact, as a citizen of Santa Fe, we need to be a 5G community. The reason they started with describing emergency vehicles and stuff is that's uniquely 5G capability, and Santa Fe has to have that. After you get rid through the discussions of whether or not you can make lower sites instead of the big one, you're going to conclude that you have to have the big one. They're going to be smaller sites all throughout downtown because the range of 5G and the technical limitations require that. I don't care which of the three designs or locations you select, because I only care about the capability myself, but I know the community here will care about the aesthetic decision that is before you. And every one of them in the community will have seen this video of this session, because I'm recording it, within the next couple of days. And I can coordinate the feedback from individuals and from the homeowners associations for you. So I think the community can make a decision among the three different designs and locations you've got, if that's what it's down to. I think my 2 minutes is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ferguson. Stephen Flants, you have the floor and you need to get sworn in.
Madam Chair, he was sworn in on an earlier case.
Okay, that's correct. Yes, he was. Steve, what do you have to tell us this evening?
Well, Madam Chair, I would like to speak, but I'd like to defer to Steve Durkovich, who has drafted an extensive letter, including analysis of the city code. And I think just as importantly, the criteria that he's excerpted from the FCC requirements for this kind of development in a community. So I'd like to speak, but I'd like to ask Steve to, or defer to Steve if he cares to speak first.
Okay, he will have to get sworn in. Hello, second Steve.
Hi. Mr. Durkovich, please unmute your microphone.
Yes, we just unmuted. This is his wife helping him.
Okay. Mr. Durkovich, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name and address for the record.
My address is 1607 Camino Cruz Blanca, Santa Fe, 87505.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Durkovich, you have the floor, and what do you have to tell us this evening?
Okay, do I have my 2 minutes and Steve Flance's 2 minutes, or
Just
simply?
go ahead and speak, and we'll see where you are at the 2 minutes.
That's fair enough. Thank you very much. Okay, members of the board, we submitted a letter that I would appreciate it very much if you got the time to read. But basically what we say is the neighborhood has no opposition to wireless transmissions in the neighborhood. The only opposition they have is to the antenna that has been chosen to broadcast those wireless transmissions. And what we point out at the very beginning is the city of Santa Fe has set forth a means for determining whether or not these antennas can be in a particular neighborhood. And the problem is that the applicants have disregarded this procedure. And what the procedure says in essence is, number one, the city says wireless transmission facilities are permitted in the city, and that's compelled by the Federal Power Commission, and the city accepts that. But what the city says is that they have a preferred type of antenna, and the preferred antenna is a co-located antenna. And so the ordinances go on to encourage the use of co-located antennae and to require that co-located antennae be used, and asking any applicant seeking to use another antenna to prove they have to prove that co-located antennae are not possible within the area. And then it even designates a system for doing it, and that's you draw a search ring, and that guarantees that you're showing the historic board the area that you've looked in. And then once you've drawn the search ring, then what you have to do is you have to technically explain why this alternative, this is a co-located antenna, wasn't used for the
Please excuse
proposed-
me, I just want to know we're at the 2 minute point for the chairs.
I am going to allow you, Mr. Durkovich, to continue and go ahead. I think it's important enough to listen to what the neighbors have to say, and go ahead and finish.
Okay, so the essence of the ordinances is, in this context, any aerials should, at the first choice, the city's preference is they should be on any of the existing buildings at St. John's. And the applicants have made no effort to prove that it is not technically practicable to do it. They don't draw any search ring that include the buildings. They don't give the height of the buildings. They don't give the location, the exact location of the buildings with respect to anything else. They ignore the buildings. The only thing they do is they said, we went over them and none of them were practicable. Well, what's required is they have to prove that it wasn't technically practicable to locate an aerial on any one of those buildings. And to do it, you have to identify the building and its height. And in our presentation, we included pictures of two co-located aerials. The first is on St. John's Methodist, and I think that's Exhibit D to our letter. And then the next one is on the Hotel Santa Fe. And these are aerials that were constructed and are owned by AT&T. It shows that these aerials can be constructed. It shows that they're in use right on the periphery of the area that we're talking about. And it shows that it can be done in absolute taste with the surrounding architecture. If you look at the pictures, this is again in the letter, of the city of the St. John's Methodist area and the Hotel Santa Fe area, you can't distinguish it from the surrounding architecture. And the point is, it is possible to build co-located aerials on the Santa Fe campus. It can be done, it has been done. And as a matter of fact, it's kind of general knowledge in the neighborhood that Mike Peters, the previous president of St. John's some 10 years ago, entered into an agreement with a carrier, we don't know who the carrier is now, okay, for the building of an aerial in the bell tower of the existing building. This is in Santa Fe. And for financial reasons on the allocation of costs between the two parties, it fell apart. But that possibility exists. But in any event, they have to prove that it doesn't exist, and they haven't proven it. They haven't looked at anything. Instead, they have insisted on 3 75-foot towers, which they admit once those towers are put up, and this goes to the maximum height that's possible, the various carriers' antennae will be staged, one at the top 10 feet, okay, that's 75 to 65, the next one from 65 to 55, the next one from 55 to 45, and the next one from 45 to 35. And that kind of answers the question of, are there other aerials are there other aerial heights that might be available that might be able to transmit these communications? And the answer is yes. And then the final thing that I'd like to point out is this right now, is we were asking about why, and this is during the walk around with Kevin Winter, and it was a very cordial walk around with the neighborhood. But we were asking about the insistence on these 75-foot aerials, and that's why they concentrate on that and never addressed proving why they couldn't do it with these co-located aerials or smaller aerials. And what he said is once we get a 75-foot aerial here, we'll be able to get them into other residential areas in the city. And so it was there, but the value of putting one of these in as precedent that's making them insist on them today. And I think that's it.
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you for the additional time.
Yes, thank you very much for your comments. Mr. Eddy.
Yes, can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'll try to make this quick. The first thing I wanted to say was because this is a public process, I believe that the letters that have been received by staff should be read into the record rather than just acknowledged as having been received. There are a lot of people hopefully listening in on this procedure, and I think these opinions need to be heard. I feel that the elephant in the room here is that the college is not being a good neighbor. And I say that with trepidation, but I think it's probably true. I think they are foisting the aesthetic impact of these towers, whatever we come up with, on the rest of the neighborhood. So I've said that and it's out there. I may be right and I may be wrong. I believe that the issue of co-location of towers really should be proven, as has been stated. And I feel very strongly that this precedent, if it is accepted for an 80-foot tower in this neighborhood, as has been stated, will open the door to more of these 80-foot towers in different neighborhoods. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Eddy. Mr. Flans? Steve Flans, you have your hand up.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Didn't know how to unmute myself, which has always been a problem for me. I'll be very direct. One, I agree with everything that Steve Durkovich has said and has written in his letter. I agree with testimony I've heard from a number of your members, Mr. Katz and Mr. Bienvenu, I thought really were on to some very serious issues with the application that's before you. I think two things. One, I think that the proposal that's before you, as Mr. Durkovich has stated in his letter, does not meet the codes of the city of Santa Fe, nor does it address, I'll just say, nor does it address the end notes that Mr. Durkovich included in his letter that identify elements of the code and FCC criteria for evaluating municipal action on these things that support the position of the neighborhood. I personally, and I'm speaking for myself tonight, not for the board, I'm not on the board, but I am opposed to this improvement, this construction, this project. We live in Wilderness Gate. For the record, my address is 2228 Wilderness View. So I urge you to deny this application and use whatever you want, elements you want to use as findings of fact. I think Mr. Durkovich's analysis really represents some key elements of what would be findings of fact. I ask you to deny it and let them deal with it and hopefully come back with a more compatible program. But I think this is, for all the reasons you've discussed, incompatible with the codes relating to these kinds of development and particularly to the Historic Design Review Board mandate. So that's it.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I see Joe Ferguson. Did he already speak or he's wanting to speak?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Maybe true.
Yes.
Yeah, great. I just want to add, I'm going to send, I've recorded this session, the discussion, and I'm going to send it around to everybody in the area. There are not many of us. It's between Camino Cruz Blanca and Wilderness Gate and Ponderosa, there are just a few hundred people. And they'll all be interested in this discussion that you've had tonight and the decisions you put forward. And I will consolidate and forward all of their input, both HOAs and road associations and individuals, to you guys for this decision. I don't care myself. I'd like to see 5G capability here in Wilderness Gate for myself personally, but also for Santa Fe. And in terms of the aesthetic decision, the community is going to be very interested in this, and they do not see it this way. The vote that was taken was, do we want a cell tower or not which of the aesthetic designs do we prefer. So I'll get that answer for you and I'll send it along. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have another person here, Madeline Carey.
Hi, Chair. Thank you. Do I need to-
Yes, you need to get sworn in first of all.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Madeline Carey. I'm the property owner at 1674 Camino de Cruz Blanca.
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I purchased my home on July 3rd of this year. I purchased it with the understanding of the current cell service and aesthetic representation within the area. And I previously have raised a concern around the design determination and what tree aesthetic is keeping within the historic character of the neighborhood. I work for a conservation nonprofit and have significant professional expertise in the historic, modern, and future projected tree and forest regimes of this neighborhood and this ecosystem, most of which do not include large pine trees. And I would like to reiterate that point and offer something I included in the chat just as a point of reference, that the sequoia tree that was recently relocated at the former Ghost Ranch property downtown that will become an El Castillo property is a 70-foot tall sequoia tree, just so people have an hopefully a visual understanding of what we're talking about in terms of visual impact from the street. That tree that is now right next to the streetscape is shorter than what we're talking about in all of the proposed designs. And I also want to just offer, as someone who's a recent homeowner and investor in this neighborhood, there is significant documentation, both by scientists and by realtors, of the impact on cell towers on property values. And people have mentioned the college and their relationship to the neighborhood. And this is obviously a strategic financial move by St. John's College. My mother is an alum of this college. She graduated in 1973. And I want to raise that issue that something that could potentially fiscally benefit the college could at the same time fiscally harm everyone else who is invested in the neighborhood, and that should, I don't know whether this board is the right venue for that consideration, but I want to raise that issue because I haven't heard it before, that there's well-documented health hazard considerations as well as visual impacts from cell towers on property values. There's even a well-known court case from the city of Santa Fe that has to do with that. And I think it is worth consideration by this board and other boards of the city that beyond the design impacts, allowing a cell tower to be built on St. John's College would allow the college to receive lease income, which would potentially be important to their bottom line, but could negatively impact surrounding properties' bottom lines. And there is potentially a tax impact of that for the city. And I want that to be in everyone's consideration, that if allowing this to be built in a historic district where a historic character is something that adds to property values and adds to property tax assessment, allowing something that is outside of that character could be determined by an individual future purchaser to be outside of that character. There's a sprawling system-wide impact, and I can't tell you the exact court case, but I'm happy to email it to you later, that was involving the construction of 599 on sort of commercial use impacts on surrounding private property. That the resolution and decision on that court case sided with property owners. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carey. I do have a question for Sally. Do you think that, I don't know how many letters there are that were received, or comments or texts were received by the city? Do you feel it's important to read those into the record or not?
Madam Chair, I can leave this up to you. It's really just, it's a little bit of a challenge. There's one letter really that was not included in the packet that was posted online. And there was a single email with a single sentence about this is a picture of a tree in Roswell. And it pretty much, or I think, no, Ruidoso, and it looks very similar to this. So that would be easy to read and to show you the photograph. The letter from Stephen Durkovich is a lot longer. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, a little more than 5 pages of single spaced, maybe 11 or 12 point font with end notes that cite a lot of code provisions and some FCC provisions. And then there's a number of photographic exhibits, A through J. So, and they're cross-referenced throughout the letter. So it would be a little bit of a challenge to read through it, and especially to provide the cited code language and the show you the referenced pictorial exhibits kind of as part of that presentation.
Right,
It's
and
something that
Mr. Fitch did speak here in person. That is from his home. He did speak, and I feel that the 5-page or however long letter you just indicated, it will be made part of the record, and as well as the rest of the communications. And I don't think that it is necessary to read them all at this time. I will ask board members if they have anything further to say. I will say something at this time, and that is that there is no question in my mind that cell tower coverage is needed in the area. I have personally driven in the area, and the cell coverage there is lacking. But I think that the job of this board is to judge this project under our guidance, which is the ordinance. Does this project, do these options, these different options, do they meet the design standards of 14-5.2 and also the relevant city code? Do they do that? Are these options in harmony with the streetscape? Are they in harmony as to proportion, as to height? Also, remember, we also have the applicant is asking for a waiver. Has the applicant met all of the waiver criteria? So these are the questions that you board members have to ask yourselves in making a decision in reference to this application. At this time, I will call on Member Beachside. Do you have something to say?
Thank you. Yeah, just a couple of comments. I believe what we asked for in the last hearing was for the applicant to come back with all possible designs. And I have to trust that what they've given us is what they consider to be those possible designs. Although I feel like I've heard from fellow board members that are more knowledgeable than I, and also from the quite knowledgeable neighbors that have spoken, that there are other options that we're not being presented with that would be of potentially less visual impact. But notwithstanding that, I think that you're right. We have to focus on the design standards, not the functionality of this cell tower. And also, I think it's important to really emphasize the location being a residential neighborhood. And I think the weight of the neighbor's opinion, should be, is a priority. If the monopine is the least intrusive option, as the applicant stated, I think the others will not work. I like the attempt at coming up with a design that's more consistent with St. John's architecture. But I think that the scale adjustment to 75 feet changes the possibility that that fits within St. John's architectural style. So yeah, I don't see that any of these options are ones that this board can support in terms of being consistent with our design standards.
Thank you, Member Beachside. Member Benvenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make a motion if there's no further discussion.
Let me ask you, any other members wishing to comment at this time? If not, Member Benvenue is ready to make a motion. It appears not. Member Benvenue, you have the floor to make a motion.
Thank you. Just by way of preamble, I do want to commend the applicant for coming back to us again with additional designs. I personally am glad to see alternatives to the monopine in particular, and I think there was a good effort to come up with some additional designs that are more in keeping with the college campus. The problem I still have, though, is just purely the height. I don't think there's any dispute that there is some lack of coverage in this area. There is some gap. We don't still know exactly what it is. But what we don't know is exactly what is necessary to alleviate that gap. We just know that the carrier doesn't want to build it according to the evidence we have before us from the applicant, unless it's at least 75 feet high, but we've not been given independent evidence to establish that that's the least height possible to alleviate the gap. So I also want to just state for the record that my motion is not based on any concern for health hazards, which isn't to say there may not be such a concern. It's just that has nothing to do with the basis for this motion, for the reasons that it is specifically not permitted to be under the act. So with that said, I move that the application be denied on the basis that the applicant has not demonstrated with substantial evidence that no other less intrusive means or alternative is practicable to the three designs that were presented, and specifically has not presented sufficient evidence that existing structures could not be utilized, or a lower height for any of the designs could not be utilized to alleviate the gap in coverage. In addition, the applicant has not demonstrated that all of the requirements for an exception in this case are met. Specifically, has not demonstrated that the proposal would not damage the character of the district. And secondly, that it would provide the least negative impact with respect to the purposes set forth in the historic ordinance. It's the basis of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Benvenu, Member Benvenu. Is there a second to this motion?
May I just ask for a clarification? I just want to note for the record that I think Member Bienvenu, when you say exception, you mean waiver in this context.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thanks.
Member Katz would second.
Thank you, Member Katz. Roll call vote, please, Melissa.
Yes, Member Beachai,
Yes.
Member Bienvenu,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson,
Yes.
Member Roybal.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, everybody. That case is terminated. We still have any communication from the board? Any matters from the board?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Do we have any report from the rooftop appurtenances on the old Garrett's Desert Inn?
Staff?
Madam Chair, Member Katz, I had our inspector look into it. It does appear that those units were replaced in exactly the same dimensions as the units that were there previously.
Thank you. That's helpful. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you. Any other matters from the board? Member Benvenu, you have your hand up except from the motion.
I am lowering my hand. Thank you.
And do we have anything under discussion items, staff?
Nothing from staff, Madam Chair.
Well, I just want to thank each and every one of you for your time and your thoughtfulness and your intellect in reviewing all the cases. And we are now adjourned 10:12, my clock says. So good evening, everyone. And Buddy is waving. All I see is his hand. So good night, everyone. See you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.